for pardon. So Boosie was almost confident that these were the guys who could get him a pardon. So they came. Lawyer have had several clients that they helped get pardoned. So Boosie was almost confident that these were the guys who could get him a pardon. So they came to.
Visit woundedwarriorproject.org/USA250.
Your neighbor just paid an enormous amount for a new roof, but he didn't have to.
All right, we're going to take a minute to get this shit up and running. So bear with me. If you're watching, it's going to take at least a minute or two before I get the stream up, but we should be on the road in a minute. Good evening, Tarshawn. Let me know if you got audio. Let me know if you can hear me. Good evening to you, Tarshawn Whitehead. Appreciate that. Let me know if you can, and let me know in the comments if you can hear the audio. That's what I'm trying to find out so we can get the show on the road. And I'm trying to get this device acting right. Okay, what up, Tim? What is that says? At least. Let me know if you guys got audio. Okay, it sounds like you got audio, so give me a minute. We're going to be talking about state of the nation. Apparently, Trump is going to address the nation on Thursday. So we're going to be talking about, that's not burping for some reason. We're going to be talking about what we're expecting President Trump to say to the nation, but Trump is going to be addressing the nation on Thursday. And that's part of what we're going to be talking about. I got some other weird shit I want to talk to you guys about. And it looks like they found a replacement for Lindsey Graham, which is also worthy of discussion for sure, because it has some hypocritical reference to it in regards to what they're doing out there in South Carolina, replacing Lindsey Graham with, I think her name is Darlene Graham. That is Lindsey Graham's sister. She's gotten a position in the interim. So Lindsey Graham's sister will be holding down the fort until the midterms. So really until January. So she's going to be one of the state senators. Darlene Graham is going to be one of the state senators for South Carolina until basically January, because that's when the new the victors. Oh shit! I didn't mean to do that. That's when the victors get sworn in. So you got the midterms in November, and then whoever wins, they officially become the politician for the area they won when they're inaugurated in late January. So Lindsey Graham's sister will be, she's been sworn in already. So she is now officially a state senator for, what is that, about how many months is that? The midterms are in early November. So we got basically still most of July, August, September, October, November, December. So she got 7 months, a little bit less than 7 months. She will be a state senator. Darlene Graham, Lindsey Graham's sister. Here's what I want to ask you folks, because I got to point out the hypocrisy. When Kamala Harris was running for president, the woman always hold up and suggest that she's not a good candidate. And I don't think she was a good candidate in the short period of time she had to run, 107 days. But when Kamala Harris was running for president, there was no shortage of folks, particularly on the right, suggesting that, she didn't have the proper experience. She was not experienced, and she was certainly not the one for the job. This is what was coming from the right, that Kamala Harris was not experienced. And in addition to suggesting that she was not experienced, the other complaint was the Democrats basically just appointed her to the Democrat nomination. So in other words, the Democrat voters didn't even get a chance to vote. Kamala Harris wrongfully got the appointment by putting in no work at all. Now, I'm going to start out by saying there is some validity to that. There is some validity to that. Kamala Harris did just get appointed to the position once Biden stepped down. She did not have to work to get the Democrat ticket. She didn't have to work to get that, because normally you got a primary, and she would have had to run against everybody from, Gavin Newsom, Gretchen Whitmer, all of the greatest hits of the Democrat Party. She would have had to run against them and win to then be the Democrat nominee and run against whoever was on the other side, which was President Trump. So the right had two complaints. Kamala Harris was not, she was not qualified. And then the other complaint was she was not actually elected by the voters. I want to point out the hypocrisy, and I'm pointing this out to my beloved MAGA. Now that Lindsey Graham has passed away, they've appointed Darlene Graham to the position in the interim. As I just stated, Darlene Graham will be a state senator for almost 7 months. Almost 7 months. She could absolutely end up voting on really big decisions for this great nation. Darlene Graham. Here's the question. What experience does she have? If we're going to suggest Kamala Harris had no experience, how did Darlene Graham become a U.S. senator? She doesn't have any experience other than being related to the deceased. She has no experience at all. Additionally, if we're going to suggest that it was wrong for Biden to appoint Kamala Harris because the people should have had some say-so, they didn't get any say-so in regards to this appointment of Darlene Graham. Lindsey Graham's sister got the position because just like Biden said, I want to give it to Kamala Harris, Trump stated, I think his sister should get the job. That's it. That is it. She has no experience. She was not ran by the people or anything. So I do want to ask about the hypocrisy that's staring us in the face. Why is MAGA not outraged about this? They were absolutely outraged about Kamala Harris getting an appointment without the people having say-so in it, and it wasn't even their own candidate. This is somebody on the right. Why are they not outraged about this? She neither has the experience nor the will of the people. So I'm going to be asking that question as callers come up because I don't get that one, how you could be so outraged by Kamala Harris. And by the way, I'm going to say right off the bat, the idea that Kamala Harris doesn't have the experience does not measure up to what her actual resume says. But Lindsey Graham's sister, what is on her resume to qualify her to be a U.S. senator? Other than President Trump stating that he thought she would be good for the job and her being related to the deceased. I don't know what's on her resume to qualify her to be a U.S. senator, and MAGA's not saying a damn thing about it.
In 2015, Senator Lindsey Graham chose his hometown of Central as the backdrop to announce his run for the presidency. He withdrew before the primary, but by then, the entire country had been introduced to the story of his humble beginnings.
The fact that when his parents died, he didn't cut and run. He took care of his sister, and, that resonates. Quite a story.
His sister, Darlene Graham Nordone, stood at the center of the stage.
It's so good to be home.
Telling the world their story of growing up in the small building where now her brother's campaign banner was hung. The family of four living in one room.
And our parents ran a pool hall, a bar, and a restaurant in those buildings where they worked long, hard hours to earn a living to support us. That instilled a very strong work ethic and important values in both Lindsey and me.
Lindsey became the first in their family to go to college, but tragedy struck. Both of their parents died within 15 months of each other, and Lindsey became the legal guardian for his 13-year-old sister.
We lost our parents at a very young age, and Lindsey has been my father figure. He stepped in and raised me and took care of me and was always there for me. And I just don't know what I would have done without Lindsey. He truly means the world to me, and I love him dearly, and I'll do anything I can to help him, and I support him 100%.
Lindsey and Darlene's devotion began in a loving home, was forged in a family tragedy, and flourished as a light in their lives.
And this is a news report that was just released titled, "Who is Darlene Graham?" Meaning that this is a local news report because the citizens in that area don't even really know her that well. Notice how they're not adding any sort of qualifications to this at all. It's a heartstring story. I get it. Both of his parents died young, and he decided to adopt his sister to take care of her and make sure she had access to his military benefits and things like that. Lindsey Graham comes across as a hero in this story, but there is zero qualifications coming out of this pointing to why Darlene Graham should be a U.S. Senator. I don't see anything coming out of this. So I am going to be asking that question. Why the hell is MAGA not upset after all of the stuff we talked about with Kamala Harris not being experienced and not being appointed by the people? Why are they not complaining about this lady getting the job? I haven't heard any. I'm assuming she went to college. I haven't heard anything about how much this woman. What happened to DEI? Not diversity, equity, inclusion, but as the right often says, my beloved MAGA often refers to it as "didn't earn it." Tell me how she earned 6 to 7 months as a U.S. Senator. Tell me how she earned that. She should actually be exactly what the right wants to talk about when they say DEI. Anyhow, in addition to that topic, and I certainly want to talk to you folks about that, President Trump is going to be addressing the nation on Thursday night. All of the analysts believe that it is to promote the Save America Act. You know, Trump really wants the Save America Act to get passed, and he's going to try to make a case on why we absolutely need this act and, you know, how we must secure our election. So we're going to end up talking about that. I'm still to the point where I haven't seen any evidence backing up Trump's claim. I have seen evidence that you could have folks vote fraudulently. Like we talked about the other night, California you can vote in California in some cases without even producing an ID. I don't favor that. I think that all voters should have to produce an ID to vote. I'm 100% behind that. But a state allowing people to vote without an ID does not mean that widespread fraud is taking place. So I haven't seen what Trump is alleging to back that up. So we're going to talk about that. Also, a couple more topics before we start taking callers and reading in the comment section. And tap the screen, get us on up to 10,000. We'll take the first caller. And briefly, Handsome Conservative says the man of the hour, the man who never gives up, damn right, the legend, the icon, all rise for the handsome liberal. I said, all rise. That means you in the back. I like that. I like that. That applies to Colin Kaepernick too, right? Stand for the handsome liberal. Handsome Conservative, I do appreciate your support and that. Always those warm welcomes are awesome. I'm gonna have to start clipping those. Some of those are really good. Handsome Conservative, thank you. We've had two people lose their lives at the hand of ICE in the last week. One in Texas, if I'm correct, the second one in Maine. Both cases, the deceased was not who they were looking for. Also, certainly with the one in Maine, well, both of these individuals been in the country for decades. They don't fit any definition of rapists and murderers and none of the stuff Trump campaigned on. The guy in Maine, I believe, was here completely legal, had a social security card, job, et cetera, et cetera. Once again, same story, stepped in front of the vehicle, so we had to blast them. Both of these individuals, they're older men. These are older men. The guy down in Texas was like damn near my age. No criminal history whatsoever. And suddenly he tries to take the life of a cop. Some of this is, I think you got to really just not like these people to believe some of this stuff at face value. You know, look, even thugs and bad guys, usually by the time they get to be late 40s, 50s, they're not doing that shit no more. They usually kind of age out of it, so to speak. And that's people with actual criminal history. You don't wait till you get to be 50 to start fucking with cops. So the idea that these folks, in my, a Gen Xer decided to all of a sudden try to run over a car, I just don't buy it. I really do not buy that. But once again, they're claiming in both of these cases, the person tried to take the life of an officer and the officer had to end up killing them. Here's what I want to tackle with this. With all the money they received through the big, beautiful bill, and ICE has a hell of a budget, by the way. It's a pretty big budget. I'm asking a simple question. Why don't they all have body cams? Is that some kind of oversight? Is that done by design? Why do they not have body cams? Body cams are not that costly. That is not a very costly item. I'll tell you something, dude. For the price that Trump paid to dye that pool blue, could have supplied all the ICE with body cams and some. I mean, it does not cost. You can go on Temu and get something to record, and it barely costs you $50. It makes no sense that ICE is out here patrolling the streets, actively arresting folks, and they don't all have body cams on them. That to me, considering the amount of money they were granted through the big, beautiful bill, it almost sounds deliberate in my opinion, but I want to hear from you folks. Did you see the tire tracks in the pool? No, I haven't Alter Ego, but I heard it's got to be drained again. In the era where they're allegedly seeking to reduce waste, fraud, and abuse, that pool, that reflective pool, has had to qualify as some of the most wasteful, abusive uses of our tax money I can think of. This is very similar to the Iran war. I'll give you the last topic. We'll start taking calls. Tap the screen, get us up to 10,000. But to me, the reflective pool, and I guess to some degree, the Iran war as well. These are two areas of governance that President Trump and MAGA are giving him credit for in suggesting that a lot of other presidents tried to do this stuff before Trump and failed, and we're going to applaud Trump for finally being the first president to do something about it. The suggestion is that the pool was green and nobody else was, making the pool look beautiful, beautify the pool, and finally we got Trump. Same thing with the Iran war. You're hearing folks say all of the presidents were complaining that they don't have the right to have a nuke, and we need to do something about them. Trump came along and finally, just like with the reflective pool, he's doing something about it. Here's the problem, folks. He's failing at it. Okay, you're the first to do this when all the other presidents just talked about it. But the way you're coming about kind of makes you wonder why they kind of makes you understand why the other presidents didn't take a deep dive into it. They didn't want to be like you. They didn't want to go and fuck around with this reflective pool and waste a ton of money. Because make no mistake about it, if Biden or Obama had wasted the kind of money Trump is on this reflective pool, Trump would have been the first person holding rallies criticizing him. All over the nation, Trump would have been talking about this. Fox News, all of them. This would have been the top segment on the 5, outnumbered, you name it. Sean Hannity, Laura Ingraham, all of them would have been talking about how much money is wasted on the reflective pool. We've all heard about Solyndra under Obama, wasted money on solar panels. It wasn't nowhere near this much. So the other presidents didn't take on this shit because they didn't want to look like you. And of course, the Iran war is really not looking good. We're kind of right now with the Iran war we're pretty much at stage 1. We're basically bombing them every night. It's the same shit we were doing in early February. There's been very little accomplished other than to say, well, we've blown up some shit. We've blown up their Navy. We've blown up their Air Force, but we still having to blow up shit 4 5 months later. The man said, President Trump said this war would be over in 2 to 4 weeks. That's what he said in the beginning. It hasn't been over in 2 to 4 months. And right now, as we can see, there's no sign of it ending. They're not even talking to each other right now. So the reflective pool, and the Iran war are things that other presidents talked about but didn't tackle because they didn't probably want to look like Trump. Last but not least, before we go into taking calls, this is the last topic I want to, and we may end up not talking about this much, but I think it's crazy that that is happening. Somebody is suing President Trump, or better yet, suing folks that are close to President Trump for something that I suppose we cannot refer to as anything but corruption. It's not affecting Trump. But it would have to be about Trump. I want you to hear this if I can get my sound, because this is crazy that I think this is kind of what some folks already know is happening, but a lawsuit is being placed, so now it's out in the open.
A vehicle he was riding in. Now,
Boosie pled guilty to those charges in August. He was looking at 15 years in prison. His sentencing was November, but it ultimately got pushed back to January. After pleading guilty in August, he was still looking at 15 years. So he met up with two men at the advice of his attorney in September. The two men he met up with in September is Jack Berkman and Jacob Wall. Now, he met up with them asking for help to keep him out of jail ahead of his sentencing, which was supposed to be in November. Now, the two men—
I'm just going to explain this. Boosie, for some of my non-hip-hop fans, folks who don't listen to hip-hop, Lil Boosie is a rap artist, a hip-hop artist. He's been in the industry for a long, long time. Lil Boosie goes back decades. I think he's been around since at least the early 90s. Used to perform with a guy called Lil Webby. You may have heard some of his hits, INDEP, independent. Do you know what that means? He's got some hit songs out. Anyway, he had Boosie Badass is what he goes by modern time. Monique, you're right. But Lil Boosie been around for a long time. And he's been getting in trouble with the law for a long time. I believe he served for a short period of time. He was on death row, I believe. But Lil Boosie's his criminal history is long. He's been in trouble with the law numerous times. He's served time in prison for certain. Anyway, he's now up on a gun charge, prohibited possessor, whatever you want to call it. And he is alleging in a lawsuit, he paid $600,000 to have President Trump pardon him. Two lobbyists featured on my screen here that have close relationships with President Trump took $600,000 from him. Here's the thing about this, though. They actually wrote this shit in the contract. So it ain't just his word against their word. They actually gave him a signed contract suggesting that for this money, we're going to, secure you a pardon. And then there was that, well, if you don't get the pardon, we give you half of it back and all of that. So the only point I want to make here is, do you think the president of the United States is selling pardons to criminals? Because this guy has a contract. I can play some more of this a little bit later on and let you hear what's in the contract. But there's an actual contract that these guys gave him, and they have direct access to President Trump. These folks have been responsible for other well-known pardons. Lil Wayne, Kodak Black. Some of these other folks have actually been pardoned. So this is, at the very least, it sounds legit. But I want to ask you folks, do you think President Trump, Mr. Drain the Swamp, is selling pardons to criminals? The guy who came to the White House with his own money, didn't take a salary, so he knew he could not be bought. Would that guy be selling pardons? Looking in the comments, you guys know how we run the program. We don't block, ban, or censor. We always been MAGA friendly, always have, always will remain that way. Our comments go left of Mom Donnie to I'm having a dinner with Q. You can be critical of anybody on the program, including yours truly. Selling pardons, my God. You remember, some of you folks may remember the former Illinois Governor Rod Blagojevich spent time in prison because once Obama left the Illinois Senate seat to become president, the governor of Illinois was trying to sell his Senate seat. And he got caught doing that. And Rod Blagojevich was sentenced to a hefty prison sentence. A lot of governors in Illinois have went down, my home state. A lot of governors in Illinois have went down for corruption. I have several of them in my lifetime. Oddly enough, Rod Blagojevich, who was sentenced to federal prison and did time for trying to sell Obama's Senate seat, was later pardoned by President Trump. You can't make this shit up. So looking in the comments real quick, it's unbelievable. Unbelievable. I tell you that. You remember The Dark Knight or Batman, the one with Heath Ledger in it? Just a bad guy that likes being a bad guy. Why would you be deliberately pardoning criminals? In the comments, Trump is the one who made Iran rich because of this war. Well, it's not over with yet, though. The January 6th pardons was atrocious, irresponsible, and harmful to the American people. True, because some of them went on to commit additional crimes. So the January 6th pardons were harmful. You hear the right always talking about giving criminals a slap on the wrist. Anytime you hear a criminal, like the guy who took out the immigrant or the black guy that killed the young Ukrainian immigrant on the subway. They talk about that because the guy had a rap sheet. They don't talk about the fact that some of those January 6th folks went on to reoffend as well. They bring it up on all the other cases, but for some reason with the January 6th folks, they don't bring up the fact that you let these folks out, which means they now have a criminal history, and they went on to reoffend as well. They don't bring that up, but some of them did too. In the comments, is he failing at it or is he winning? He's a winner. That's who he is, and that's what he winning at what, handsome conservative? Do you think we're winning the Iran war based on what Trump is saying? I'll tell you this. Are we at 10,000? I'll take the first caller at 10,000. If you're watching us on YouTube, smash that like button. Helps out the algorithm. I always ask you folks to do it as well. In regards to the claim that Trump is winning in the Iran war, because some folks are saying that. I think if you go by conventional means, that is accurate. That, the conventional war is whoever destroys the most shit on the other side, they're winning. But the problem with President Trump in the Iran war is that wasn't our stated goal. Our goal was not to go into Iran and blow up their navy and destroy their conventional weapons. Trump made 3 stated goals before going in Iraq. One being, obviously, they can never have a nuclear weapon. That has not been successfully completed yet. There's no argument there. That has not been successfully completed. Otherwise, we wouldn't be still bombing them. Second goal being regime change in America must have something to say in who they replace the regime with. That hasn't happened. And it's not likely to happen. So that's 2 of the 3 goals he promised that have not been met. The third goal was they were allegedly killing protesters in their country. Trump posting, if the killing continues, the bombing is going to start. They need to stop killing protesters or we're coming in. The protesters are going to see us as liberators. That was the third stated goal of President Trump. It was never about just blowing up random boats and Navy ships and shit. So the reason Trump is winning the Iran war, at least according to MAGA, is because they have changed what the objective is. That is not what they were originally talking about. Nobody ever thought Iran had a navy of any significance to begin with. It never was about bombing the navy. They don't have much of a navy. Okay, so you took out a few boats. That ain't no big accomplishment. The accomplishments were stated by President Trump before going in there. Now that it looks like the accomplishments are not going to be met, we're trying to give him a participation trophy for the shit that he is doing. What do you want? You want an award for blowing up a water desalination plant or blowing up a couple bridges when you control the air? That's what you're trying to suggest as the victory? That's not what he promised. So, handsome conservative, I'm going to answer by saying, yeah, he's failing. He's failing at the goals that he set. We're not being viewed in there as liberators. They're holding up signs saying they want to off President Trump. So going straight to the box, we'll start the program off with Jeremy. Good evening, Jeremy. Welcome to the show. Do you see, I guess I'll start with you, Jeremy. Do you see President Trump as winning the war in Iran?
Nah. I mean, like, it's not really much of a war to begin with. It's more like just like taking pot shots at Iran, because we're never gonna put ground troops in there.
So what is the goal then?
Probably just to help Israel.
Ooh, that's really bad.
Yeah.
So is what he doing beneficial to our nation and the American people at all?
No, and honestly, here's the thing. I supported getting rid of the Iranian government too. And the way I support it is, like I said before, we should have trained up and support and armed their people and had them overthrow their own governments. Not only do they know the territory better, but also it would have been a better victory, because then it would have truly been a revolution in which the people are tired of the Ayatollahs and their horrible oppressive regime, and then they could take over and install better governments. Now, and that could be friendly to us, but it's just bombing these random places that really hurt civilians more than they hurt any armed population. It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, they're bragging now about, this has been our third or fourth night of bombing. I've seen on a lot of right-wing social media platforms, they're bragging about making things go boom in Iran. And I'm kind of looking at it the same way you are, Jeremy. I'm like, you do realize them were just civilians. Every time you see something blow up, that's mostly civilians dying. You're celebrating America killing innocent people. They're not blowing up a bunch of tanks or a bunch of, aircraft. Most of that shit they're blowing up is regular people just living their lives.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Now, Tamar NJ Best says in the comments, they tried that and the Kurds just took the weapons. Huh. Well, that's an interesting thing to say. Maybe I'm saying if they were to go in at all, I'm not saying that's necessarily the best option. But if they did, the CIA could probably take longer to vet, because it's not like Iran's going anywhere.
Well, here's the problem, though. Here's the problem, though. I mean, like you started out by saying that what we did was kind of like Israel's bidding. Israel, even if you had people in Iran willing to stand up and fight the Ayatollah, Israel is not going to support that, because even the people who may fight off the Ayatollah still doesn't like Israel. So Israel doesn't want to really see any government rise to power in Iran, because even the people who take out the Ayatollah may still come up and hate Israel. So Israel is not going to support America helping any group of people fight the Ayatollah and win, because you're just trading new enemies for us.
Well, as long as Israel comes to a deal with the new Iranian government, and perhaps maybe the U.S. can facilitate that deal, where like they tell the Israelis, hey, you better come to the table and you better not attack with the new Iranian government and probably Persian government, I would say, because most people in Iran are Persian. If they don't say yes, then they could have some consequences. If they did that, then they could definitely broker a deal of peace that says that Iran will recognize Israel's right to exist. And they probably aren't going to be good friends, and that's okay, as long as they both realize that, hey, we need to leave each other alone.
I don't know. I think Iran has. I think Israel has done so much damage to Iran in response to October 6th or 7th or whatever it is that I think that would be a big challenge to, even with some new faction that defeated the Ayatollah, if that was to happen. I think it would be hard to broker a peace deal between them and Iran, because there's a lot of people that believe what Israel done was way above and beyond anything that would qualify as self-defense.
Well, yeah, I don't know all the details about everything that Israel has done, but I definitely think that it would have been easier to do this before October 7th. If that had happened. Yeah, that would have been a lot easier, because it's kind of like how, like, if you're out at a restaurant with your wife, and then she humiliates you in front of like the family or in front of some friends that you're out to a work dinner with, and then you get home and she's like, I'm sorry, hey babe, do you want to watch this movie together? It's like, it's not going to be the same after that's done. There's too much baggage.
But here's the problem, though. At the very least, Iran sponsored the actions of Hamas, the ones that perpetrated October 6th. Iran didn't go into Israel. What Iran did was akin to us giving weapons to the Ukrainians or giving weapons to, you know, the folks in South Vietnam or any of these countries that have an enemy. Iran didn't do anything to Israel on October 6th. So Iran should not have been bombed to begin with, in my opinion.
Well, here's the thing. It's kind of, you see, the thing that we got to remember is that because they gave weapons to the people who did the attack, they're kind of like doing it by proxy.
Yeah, but that's something we do all the time, Jeremy.
No, hold on. Here's the thing. I wouldn't blame if we tried to overthrow the Iranian government using the people of Iran and training them up and giving them weapons and stuff. I wouldn't blame the Ayatollahs for hating us. I'm just okay for the Ayatollahs to hate us because I don't respect the Ayatollahs, you know. And the thing is, when it comes to Vietnam's a different situation because South Vietnam was invaded by North Vietnam. It was a defensive war for most of the history. You know, they wanted to unify the country under communism. Now, you can say maybe they were justified, maybe they were not, but you can't just say that the communists were not the aggressors.
Well, the thing about it is we're picking and choosing when it's okay to back another side because there's an argument that could be made that Israel was not invaded on October 6th, but rather the folks on October 6th was responding to all of the settlements and encroachment on their land from Israel. October 6th is not the first time a skirmish between Hamas and Israel began. Israel has done shit before October 6th as well.
I know. I'm not saying that there isn't a long checkered history of both sides committing atrocities and both sides doing things that nobody would say is okay. What I'm saying is, if at this point, let's say you and me, Tim, we are like co-dictators of the United States. We can do whatever we want. We can make anything we want happen in the U.S. If we were to say want this war to come to an end and to have Israel and Iran not hurt each other anymore, there's going to be a certain level of acceptance on both sides, Iran and Israel, of past wrongs and an agreement to not continue. Because here's the thing. Once you slap someone across the face, you can't unslap them.
True.
You know, at some point, if there's going to be peace, there has to be an acknowledgement that what has been done has been done. It doesn't make it okay. Maybe there needs to be some reparations or something.
Yeah, that's exactly what Trump was trying to do with the $300 billion to Iran. I mean, like, you blew up a whole school full of girls. You can't just say, let's be friends now. And not only did you do it, but then you blamed.
I wouldn't even say be friends. I'm saying more or less leave each other alone. That might even be
okay, let's go with that. I'm still saying that they're not going to agree to just leave you alone. Like you said, you can't unslap the hit in the face, but you can do something to try to come to terms for it. And blowing up a school full of young girls, 160 some of them, and then lying and trying to say they did it they're going to want some money for that. I mean, not to mention all of the other shit we've blown up, bridges and infrastructure and stuff like that. They're not just going to say, okay, cool, let's just be calm from this point on. Same thing with Israel. Israel has pretty much bombed Gaza to the Stone Age. The only way that shit calms down is you got to pay a ton of money to help rebuild this country that is in pretty much medieval times at this point. So yeah, if America and Israel is willing to do that, you may be to lean towards some kind of ceasefire.
Yeah, and here's the thing, Tim. I know this is going to sound a little crazy, but personally, I'm a little bit of what I like to call a stupid optimist. Yeah, I could use a better sounding word, but stupid optimist sounds a little funnier, so I use that instead. I think it's okay to be a little bit delusional in a dumb way every once in a while, because sometimes delusional thinking leads to better results. Like it's a little delusional to think that we could ever leave our planet and go to the moon, and we did it, and I have a little bit of hope that someday, that the map will show more people in the Middle East getting along than not. I mean, and you want to, and you know what? And like I said, it's a bit of stupid optimism. It's a little bit of stupid, but here's something that might lift your spirits a little bit and make you move you to my side. even despite all the animosity that's in the Middle East, you remember the Christmas truce of World War I?
Not offhand. Tell me about it. Talk to me.
World War I. It was around Christmas Eve. Don't remember the exact year of that it happened in during World War I, but the Germans and the English were fighting each other as usual, and they were in their trenches. Then the Germans started singing the German or the original German version of Silent Night.
So in other words, they had a truce to honor Christmas.
Yeah, they not only that. Like, they actually had a full day where they did not shoot at each other. They even played a soccer game, and there was exchanging of gifts.
I don't know about that part.
I'm not even joking. I'm not joking. That literally happened. You can look it up. It has been proven in plenty of historical texts.
Well, we just did that. We actually just did that with the Ayatollah's funeral or whatever. We actually agreed to not bomb them on that day, and we honored that. We did it soon after, but the day they were in mourning for the Ayatollah that we killed, we actually gave them a 1 day or 2 day truce or whatever it was. So yeah, I get what you're saying. It does happen. And real quick in the comments, somebody said something that I think really applies in this case. I think it was Pimp Furback said if the colonizers leave. I'm thinking of that but hear me out. When you talked about maybe one day being a stupid optimist, I believe is the term you use, one day the map showing that there is a little bit more peace in the Middle East, I gotta agree with him. A lot of the ruckus is because of Western interference. We tend to bring conflict with us. Not to say that Middle East will be totally peaceful on its own, but we do get involved trying to exploit minerals and resources and shit, and we cause a lot of drama.
Yeah, we do that a lot. We have a reputation for making things a little unstable in other countries. But here's the thing: we learn from our mistakes, and I think that if we're looking at individual cases, I don't think we should excuse when the West does bad things. However, if we were to zoom out for a little bit and just see the history of the West in general, we have been probably the best self-correcting experiment that there ever has been. And people don't want to hear that because they want to only focus on the bad. And I think the bad needs to be seen.
Tell me how we're self-correcting. President Trump just got rid of USAID. You realize how many people that's going to kill? The richest nation on earth. We're not helping out poor people no more. I don't see any correction in that. We're sending immigrants back to Haiti. The richest nation on earth is starting to deport people, saying even though we're the richest nation on earth, we don't have room for you. We can't take care of you. We're going to send you to Africa. They somehow has room for you. Haiti can take you, but the United States can't. I don't see the correction in any of that. That sounds selfish as hell.
I'll get back to you on Haiti because I heard some stuff about it being safe now.
It ain't safe. No, Haiti ain't safe. In fact, I spent all last night watching videos of people who have been deported back to Haiti that have been living in this country for 20 and 30 years, talking about how they got pictures showing their living conditions and shit, taking a shit in a hole, and they're living in shanty towns. It is not for us to say we can't keep you. You got to go back to that. Just looks like selfishness to me.
Well, I'll get back to you on that, but here's the thing. The United States wasn't the first country to abolish slavery. We took a while, but want to know what we did do?
What?
We made other countries that were taking too long, that were not planning on ever abolishing slavery, do it, including a lot of Middle Eastern countries. A lot of people don't want to acknowledge that, but we went around.
You know why they don't acknowledge it? Because right after slavery, we went right into Jim Crow. It ain't like any black man walking around the day after the emancipation was genuinely free. They just called it a different name. You still were you still had all sorts of limitations on what you could do, where you could go, where you could live. You still couldn't vote. You were not free. So we talk about, American and slave trade, but you really got to add Jim Crow into that. Because that was not freedom, and that went on to the 1960s.
Well, that was a form of oppression, but I don't think it was on the
Yeah, it wasn't bad. Yeah, it wasn't as bad as
slavery.
getting shot in the leg ain't as bad as getting shot in the face. I agree with that, but it's still getting shot.
It was definitely wrong.
Yeah,
But Tim,
terrible.
but Tim, most countries were racist for a long time. No, that does no, Tim, that doesn't make it right. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is that it's you're not looking at it. I think in the most
You're not getting that. Listen, when you got motherfuckers fighting on behalf of our freedom in World War I, you mentioned that earlier, and they got to stay over in France or in some European country because they don't fell in love with a woman, and it's against the law for them to be with that person in the United States. That just no. This person is fighting and willing to die on behalf of the country, and they can't come home with their newfound wife because the country is too racist to accept them to. But it's okay in France. It's okay in Europe. So even though those countries may have done some of this stuff, they clearly came out of it before we did. Unless you want to compare us to third world nations.
Well, why not compare us to third world nations? They exist.
Because we claim to be better, Jeremy. If you got to compare us to North Korea to make a point, you're kind of losing the argument. We claim to be civilized. We claim to be the moral fiber. But then when you're looking at what we do wrong, you got to compare us to dictatorships and third world countries. Why not compare us to Western Europe, Australia, New Zealand? Why not compare us to first world free countries if we're so free in first world?
Well, in a lot of ways we did do a lot of stuff. Now, we could go on about this forever, but what I'm saying is that it's the West, not just the United States, but although I will give credit to the U.S. because we are the powerhouse of the world, we have made better strides in the world than I think almost every other country, and I think humanity as a whole is something to be cheered on and seem optimistic about. You know, and again, that's the stupid optimist in me.
Yeah.
But again, like it doesn't like. And Tim, let's be clear here. You're a black man, so
I think so. But it depends on if you ask Gangsta Grandma. But go ahead.
yeah. Well, she's white, so who cares?
Oh
anyway.
My God! Keep going. Go ahead.
Anyway, look. So you have a natural connection to people who were mistreated in the United States for hundreds of years. You have, you probably have family who were slaves and family who were oppressed by Jim Crow. Am I right?
Absolutely.
Yeah. So I understand that you wouldn't want the memory of what they went through to just be dismissed like, oh yeah, well that's over, get over it, you know? Like, I understand that, you know, and so I see why you're so passionate about this. You know, if I was like Jewish, I would definitely be like, well, you can't just pretend the Holocaust didn't happen, you know, or the pogroms in Russia.
So what point are you trying to make? I don't get your point in this.
I'm trying to say, I understand and where you're coming from, and I understand there's a little bit of a pessimistic view to you, where you see like all the cruelty, and there has been tons of cruelty to look back on, valid cruelty to look back on, of the world mistreating everybody. But I think that you need to. I think that if you only look at it through that lens, you're missing the forest of the trees. You aren't seeing the whole picture. You don't see that every so many years, every so many decades, things get better. Things get better or with time.
Yeah, I don't disagree that things get better. I think right now, though, I'm gonna be honest with you. Under the Trump administration, I think some of those betters are being reversed. I just mentioned USAID. That's absolutely hurting people. Our deportation methods, that's absolutely hurting people. People wealth and families, generation, all of that stuff, we're hurting people. The stuff we are doing is absolutely hurting people.
Yeah, no, I don't disagree. My thing is this. You know, we oftentimes have these little steps backwards, and progress can be somewhat slow sometimes. You know, I see
this is not slow progress. This is literally reversing progress. I gotta wrap it up. Go ahead and give you the last word. I gotta make your point because I do gotta move on for time.
I will say, think about it like stocks, and think about it like putting your money in the S&P 500. There are plenty of times where it dips. There's even been Black Mondays and stuff like that, you know. But overall, 90% of people who invest in stock get higher returns long term. Long term, if you zoom out, it almost always works out better. So that's all I got to say.
That's a good point.
yeah, just join me in being a stupid optimist, because who knows what 100 years is going to look like.
All right, I'll leave it at that. Appreciate it, Jeremy. I don't know if I can afford to be a stupid optimist. I mean, I'll just say this. He is right. You know, oftentimes if you invest in the stock market, eventually things turn out well, just like with 401k or 403b or whatever. You invest, there's, you know, it's kind of like a roller coaster, but ultimately you do end up profiting. But right now, to me, if you want to use a stock market as an example, this is the example of a stock market during a period of time when they were discovering what was going on in Enron. Yeah, it may get better, but right now we're in that period of time. I think that when you look at how we are devolving, in my opinion, with some of the things we're doing to other, you know, he's right. America has helped out a lot of countries. There's a lot of countries we've hurt a lot of countries too, but America has done a lot of good in the world. The point I'm making is we're not doing that right now. That's why I use the Enron example. We're at the period of time where, if you want to use a stock market example, we're in a downswing. We're not helping anyone out right now. I mean, it took for even the Ukraine that was attacked to figure it out themselves before we even decided, well, maybe we'll help you out a little. I mean, we stopped, once President Trump got in office, we stopped helping everyone. So we are not the do-good country that we were of years or presidents past. We are not helping anyone out right now. We took a stance that we're going to be selfish to all. Tap the screen. Help your boy with the hat, mustache, TikTok cap goals. I have not solicited that. Show your boy some love. Continuing on with the program, Trump is going to be addressing the nation on Thursday. The belief is that it's going to be to promote the Save America Act. So we got to talk about that for obvious reasons. I've made it clear that I'm down with Trump on the Save America Act if he can show actual evidence for its justification. I don't believe in passing legislation based on speculation, but if you can show actual evidence that people are, you know, Trump has been alleging widespread election fraud since he came down the golden escalator in 2015. It's been over 10 years. You should have proof. You should be able to present a ton of evidence at this point to make your case that you've been stating for 10 years. Then I'm down with the Save America Act. But if you can't show proof, I don't believe in passing legislation for, well, one is too many type things. No, you got 150 plus million people voting. You should be able to show thousands of arrests of people voting illegally. He's talked about multiple different ways of how a person can vote illegally. Show us some evidence, and there you go. Tap the screen in the comments. Walter Wright says, don't get played, Tim. That happened during my first marriage. Can't avoid it. I'm a man. I get played occasionally. Tap the screen. Get the likes up to 20,000. A lot of lazy hands in here. If you're watching us on YouTube, smash that like button. I certainly need you to do that with the algorithm. If you enjoy this type of dialogue from all sides of the aisle without anybody being blocked, banned, or censored, it's going to take for you to smash that like button, because I'm going to be honest with you, the apps don't always like that. The apps does not always like it. So tap that like button. In the comments, I'm going to have to put on the spectacles to read this. There are not, what does that say? There are two extensive reviews of voting, both by the Cato Institute and the Heritage Foundation, and neither one of them found anything significant. Those are not liberal companies. True. That's the point, is that Trump, when asked to prove his claims, cannot make them. You know, Dominion voting machines, we showed that they can be hacked into. Okay, but you got to show they were hacked into. I mean, any locksmith can show you that the lock on your front door can be picked by a savvy thief. That don't mean it's going to happen, though. You can't just jump up and say if something can be done, it will be in mass quantities. That's what Trump is trying to suggest, and he has MAGA doing the same thing. If I see the proof of it, I'm on his side, but I'm not seeing it right now. In the comments, Trump is an inept, delusional psychopath. Yikes. I think he's wrong about that. I remember hearing stories about the French singing the Christmas carols, but not the English. Okay, you guys are talking amongst each other. Tap the screen. This will end and all of it being decimated. We spent centuries denying our imperialistic ways. Now you cool with it because it's happening under your political party. There is certainly some of that, Denkel. Absolutely some of that. Undeniable. Tap the screen, get us on up to, I just made a mistake and hit something I'm going to have to clear, but tap the screen, get the likes up to 20,000. We'll take the next caller at 20K. In the comments, the government already controls what you pay for gas. Wake the fuck up. True. I mean, there's a lot of validity to that. Are people sleep on that though? I mean, look, Trump promised to bring down the price of gas on day one. Either he's going to do it or he isn't. I mean, you can't come up with all kinds of other reasons. The man said he could do it on day one. Either he's going to succeed or he's going to fail. Trump loves Putin, kisses him in the mouth every time he sees them. God damn, you guys are brutal. In the comments, we can't even keep our damn streams and rivers clean, let alone help a nation be peaceful. We can help them warmonger. I mean, look, it would be one thing if you took a nationalistic approach and said, well, fuck it, I'm not going to get involved. But if you're going to get involved, then try to do good. I mean, Trump has actually bombed, I think, over a half dozen nations in the last year and a half. That don't sound like we're going to focus on America first. Marty Marr, thank you for the hat and a mustache. We'll go to Mike, the boss. Good evening, Mike. Welcome to the program. What are you chirping about now, says King Finn? Talking about the state of the nation. The country's being ran quite well, ain't it, Mike? The nation's being ran quite well.
Hey, man, listen, I heard you talking about what are they doing well when you talking about to have some conservative. You talked about what are we winning. Now, there was a long time you used to say that shit, and I used to push back on you saying, but Mike, he's winning. But Mike, he's winning.
I've never said he was winning. What definition did I give to suggest he was winning? Because like
you were just saying he was winning.
I don't know. I think if you want to judge Trump winning the war by who's blowing up the most shit, he is winning. But that's not his stated goals. But he is winning a traditional war. A traditional war is won by who blows up and kills the most shit on the other person's side. He is winning that, but that's not the stated goal. So why we went over there?
I understand. I understand that. I've been trying to get your ass to understand that. Every time, no, listen, hell no.
You're wrong on that one. I've been clear.
No, people in the comments know exactly what I'm talking about. That's been around for a while. I've been telling you, because you classified what you just said as winning, but then your pushback is if that's your definition. I've always talked about the definition. I've always said if that's your definition of winning, then hold my beer. Because if I have to say, if I say I'm gonna slap the shit out of somebody and I go do it, that doesn't mean that I'm winning because I said I would do it. That's not how it works.
Well,
that's not how it works.
I think Trump would be winning in the eyes of his own stated goals if he was doing what he said the objectives were when he went over there. He's, bragging about the Navy is at the bottom of the ocean, and like I said, nobody ever expected the Iranian Navy to put up much of a fight. I mean, you never even had a discussion on how powerful the Iranian Navy was. That everybody knew that could be accomplished. That ain't some sort of great goal that you sunk the Iranian Navy. Boo-hoo, so what? They don't have one to begin with.
Listen, hey, at the end of the day, we're right back. I told you there's only two ways out of this. You're either going to go all in or you're going to eventually walk away. He's trying to walk away.
Yeah.
He's trying, but he gets pulled back in. Now, the interesting part of what happened, I was going to bring this up. I don't know if you saw did you see his comments on Lindsey Graham when you heard that the FBI was investigating? They raided his house the other day. Did you hear about that?
They raided Lindsey Graham's house?
Yeah, you didn't know that?
I haven't heard that. I've been
Yeah, they went on in. Tim. They went on in. Go ahead and ask your girl.
What were they trying to get?
Well, according, they just wanted to make sure there was no foul play. And Trump says that the FBI is wasting their time. He hasn't seen any evil when it comes to Lindsey Graham. Now, I'm just saying.
What did they do, go in there and rob him or something? Why the hell would they do that? There's got to be a hidden goal in that.
Well, yeah. Listen, Tim. Sometimes we say this all the time. Sometimes they talk too much, right? So why would Donald Trump suggest there's no foul play? Who suggested in his orbit that there's foul play enough for the president of the United States to address? Tell me, Tim.
It's a good point. It's a good point.
It's sounding sort of because he talks too damn much. It's starting to sound like, don't look over there. I wish you stopped talking about the E-files. I wish you guys would stop talking about Iran. I wish you would stop talking about the thing. I'm Tim. Hey.
So let me ask you, in your heart of hearts, I guess I would say on a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being blame Putin, do you think that something happened with Lindsey Graham other than natural causes?
Yes.
Ooh.
Without a doubt.
Ooh.
I don't believe it for a second.
Ooh.
I don't believe it for a second. And the more in the days that go on, the more days go on. And when I saw that Donald said that earlier, I'm like, why would he say that? There's no reason for him to say that as the president.
Well, I gotta agree with you. I gotta agree with you 100%. He does talk too much. He absolutely does talk too much.
But you remember when I was saying that before, and you was like, Mike, he's out there talking to the people more, but he be out there talking bullshit.
He's also spilling the bit. I mean, listen, you want a president that's transparent. He is doing that. He may be not always being honest, or he may be revealing things he shouldn't reveal, but he is. You want somebody that talks to the people. He does that.
They sent 20 agents to Lindsey Graham's house.
I did not. Well, I've been listening to yesterday I was not on, and both days I worked just listening to music all day. I didn't listen to the news as much these last couple of days. I did not hear that. I would have went live for that. Wow, that's crazy.
What are we talking about, Tim?
So they try to either he's trying to deflect or he's trying to look into it deeper. But it sounds like at the very least, Trump also believes it's at the very least a possibility that somebody got to Lindsey.
I mean, what are we searching his house for if he just had cardiac arrest? What are we talking about?
Why would they let that go public? Damn.
You can't stop 20 agents outside his home from the public.
Well, his wife is. I'm assuming his wife is a friend of the Trump camp. You can't have.
Whose wife? Whose wife?
Lindsey Graham. No, if he's not married, he's not married. Never. His sister. His sister.
You're thinking about Mitch.
Yeah, I'm thinking about but the other dead motherfucker, the Asian girl.
Drive.
Yeah, the Asian girl. But I mean, in Lindsey Graham's case, his sister, who just got appointed with no experience, I would assume. And that's that was part of our topic today. They complained that Kamala Harris didn't have experience and the people had no say-so in her getting appointed to the top of the Democrat ticket. They ain't saying shit about Darlene Graham. She ain't got no experience and the people didn't have shit to say for her. Now she's a U.S. Senator. MAGA ain't saying shit about that, even though it fits exactly the narrative that they were complaining about. They ain't said nothing about that.
They say shit about it. And by the way, alter ego, how do I know that they're not? Would you say, how do I know that it isn't retrieving classified documents? Because the FBI said it was looking into the unalivement of Senator Lindsey Graham. That's how I know. I mean, bro, you just think I'm just saying that shit to be saying it? Just look it up. Just look it up. But again, listen, Tim, why we ignore our normal sensibilities is crazy to me.
Man, if somebody got to Lindsey Graham, though, you know what you're saying? I mean, he's not quite ahead of, well, he is ahead of state when you look at it, almost ahead of state, but that's still a significant player for an adversary to get to. I mean, we would have to respond to that, wouldn't we?
Well, I don't know who got to him or how. I'm not saying who or how. And what I mean by, was it self-unalignment? Did he take something? He just got back from Ukraine on the 10th.
Yeah. Jeez.
Now, you and I both know that he got an active warrant out in Russia. You know that, right?
Yeah, I heard about that.
So he got an active warrant out in Russia. He been popping shit to Putin and said he'll be satisfied when all Russians are expelled from Ukraine. He been popping that shit, talking shit, and we know how they get down with the chemicals. That's not far-fetched. If you leave some draws or you touch a doorknob around that bitch, you might be gone. We know that too.
Yeah, they've done that to several people. Yeah, the Russians.
So is it far-fetched for him to be over there, come back and unalive 2 days later? Is that far-fetched?
Let me ask you this way, I guess. Then, let's say, for instance, they were able to definitively prove that the Russians got their hands on Lindsey Graham. How would Trump respond, in your opinion?
No, he wouldn't do a fucking thing.
I thought he was an alpha male.
You know what he would do? You know what he would do? Now watch this. You Trump supporters, I'm literally going to tell you what he would do. I asked Putin. Putin said he didn't have anything to do with it. So I kind of got to believe what he said. Because the last time our intelligence told him some shit, what did he say? The last 2 times our intelligence told him Russia was involved and Russia did this, he literally stood at that podium and said he's going to believe him over our intelligence agency.
Yeah.
You don't think because he don't want to, you know why he don't want that with a Putin? Because Putin knows shit. That's why.
But what did it matter? What is Putin going to release on Trump that's really going to matter? I've mentioned this on the Epstein files and all this other shit. It don't matter what comes out on Trump. The people that like Trump are going to like Trump.
He will lose. Well, first of all, he's lost a lot of support. He will lose the significance if his name. Now, watch this. Just ask. You got Trump supporters in your chat right now. Ask them if they had concrete evidence in the other 3 million files that aren't released that Trump was complicit and he was listed out in there. Would they still support him? You're going to have some that say they're done.
Well, yeah, but wait a minute. But there's a way you got to look at this. Yes, if you ask MAGA, if there's evidence to show Trump taking the innocence of a child, would you still support him? Well, of course they're going to say no. But the problem is they're not going to believe the evidence, Mike. If I show them an FBI report that says, we've came to a conclusion based on the evidence, this guy absolutely did this, they're not going to believe the FBI agent. If you show them video, they'll probably think it's AI. Yeah, they'll tell you they would not support Trump if he's done that, but there is nobody that could tell them that he's done it, and they're going to believe him.
So, okay, cool. So they won't believe that, and then they wouldn't believe if we had concrete evidence about Lindsey Graham, same people. Because all he has to do is tell them, nope, there's no...
Yeah, if Trump says that concrete evidence is bullshit, then that concrete evidence is bullshit.
And again, and Bama said no, he wouldn't support him anymore. Bama Landscaper said
right.
He wouldn't support him anymore.
Bama Landscapers like the rest of MAGA. They wouldn't support Trump. But when the evidence comes out, they're not going to support the person that produced the evidence. Therefore, if Trump is saying, I didn't do this person has been bought out by the deep state, or this is coming from some leftist activist judge or leftist activist they're not going to believe it. They're going to dismiss it. Look at the January 6th hearings committee. They had radio footage. They had video, all this shit. They just dismissed all of that. So, and these are people that they were favoring, like Liz Cheney and folks. These are people that they used to like. Same thing with Marjorie Taylor Greene. Marjorie Taylor Greene said it's clear that Trump told her personally, if you let the Epstein stuff out, you're going to hurt some of my friends. So he's genuinely protecting pedos over getting justice for the victims. They threw Marjorie Taylor Greene under the bus. So ain't nobody going to be able to tell them this shit.
So okay, I will concede that and say this. If that's the case, then we can never, so the whole thing with Lindsey Graham, because
it's irrelevant. It does not matter.
So okay, cool. We'll set those aside and say, now let's get back to Lindsey Graham. Is it far-fetched that what I said happened to him, understanding that Trump ain't gonna do nothing about it, and that it happened?
Wait, say that again?
Is it plausible that Lindsey Graham went over there on the 10th, he came back home, it took 48 hours, whatever they hit him with, and he unaligned? Isn't that plausible that happened?
It's plausible, yeah.
Considering that Trump wouldn't do nothing about it, no way? Because he won't do. Trust me when I tell you, if Putin called him himself and said, next time tell your people to shut the fuck up.
Damn. Well, that's the kind of language that Trump could understand, because ain't that what Trump says? Tell him I know where his house is, or I sent him a picture of his house. So that is language that Trump. And real quick in the comments, Bama Landscaper responded by saying, if it's a credible source, I will believe it 100%. I didn't dismiss the January 6th. I don't know. Like I said, I do believe in the case of MAGA, they're not going to believe in it. From what I've seen, I haven't seen many of them suggest that anything that's come out against Trump. I mean, think about the 2020 election. Most MAGA believe that election was stolen. His whole administration during his first term, from Mike Pence, Scaramucci, Omarosa, none of them said he won that election. Are those non-credible sources? These are all people you voted for and supported. Mike Pence, the vice president of the United States, said this guy lost. Are they not credible sources? I don't know what is a credible source in your eyes, Bama Landscaper. Because the whole first administration under Trump said, I don't think, Mike, is there anybody that served with him under his first administration that said he won?
No.
Not one person.
No.
So,
not one.
So I don't know what a credible source is.
And Tim, I guess that's my point. If it doesn't make sense, you can't trust. This is the whole point of why you don't elect somebody that has no fucking integrity and character. And
before you continue on I think on Clapper slanging in Vegas says doesn't mean I don't like his policies. What are these? What are these policies they keep speaking of, man?
It's easy, Tim. All they want to do is be comfortable. They don't want to own. They don't want to own this shit. This is the biggest cluster in a. This is bigger than Nixon. This is bigger than Watergate.
By a mile. By a mile.
Man, I mean, this is not even close. So all I'm saying is this, and I know you got to move it on. All I'm saying is this: if the idea is, because again, people are avoiding their common sense to be on either side of the aisle. When I think about Lindsey Graham, I'm not on either side of the aisle. It just don't make sense to me.
Yeah. Real quick, before I move it on from you, did you hear about Lil Boosie, that lawsuit?
Yeah, he got played.
I mean, so you do believe that the Trump administration is selling pardons?
Absolutely. What do you mean?
I gotta ask. That's what I do. I gotta ask.
I mean, it's not even. Listen, if anybody comes up here and says that they're just lying. I mean, it's obvious that he's selling pardons.
How is that not? Listen, I know the Supreme Court gave him immunity when in conjunction with the position, but how is that not corrupt? That clearly they didn't give him immunity to do that, did they? I mean, that would be a crime, wouldn't it?
It would be a crime. It would be a crime. And if I'm not mistaken, as we're sitting here, I think a judge just ruled that him and his family cannot have immunity from the IRS.
Yeah, they did. That whole deal he made. They're saying that, in fact, she's trying to get it's a female judge. She's trying to get the lawyers in trouble too, because that's one of the guys he's about to appoint. I think that's the dude that's going around firing everybody. But go ahead.
She's trying to do what? She's trying to do what?
She's trying to get
the camera for this one.
Yeah,
trying to do what?
The lawyers involved in negotiating that settlement that he gets $1 billion from the IRS. Yeah, she's trying to go. She's trying to have him brought up for review as well.
Of course she is, because these people are putting their law degrees on the line like the rest of those attorneys that we talked about in the first administration. Yeah. What in the hell did they think was going to happen, Tim?
So you said you said they may go by way of Rudolph Giuliani because he got his law license tossed out completely.
Dennis Chesborough, Jenna Ellis, Sidney, all of them.
Yeah,
and the same thing's about to happen now. All of them, and I want they ass chasing buses and ambulance for the.
They ain't going. These people are rich, Mike. They may not practice. I mean, just like Giuliani, he's not. Look, he's 80-some anyway. He's almost Mitch McConnell at this point. So he don't. I mean, they don't care if they can't be lawyers. But it is embarrassing.
Yeah, it's very embarrassing. And Tom Blanche ain't that damn old. He's not that old. And by the time
Pam Bondi probably got that in her future too.
Yeah, and when they start getting hit with all these civil lawsuits and stuff, yeah, it's coming.
Well, what kind of pardon can Trump give them going out there? You know, I assume he's going to get his really widespread pardon. We know he's going to leave some people behind. Some people going to get fucked over this, work with him, and they going to be easy food for the Democrats.
What about me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They going to be the white version of we vote for Donald Trump. Some of them gonna be like that. Some of them that done shit for Trump. Yeah, he ain't gonna pardon them, but they gonna get got.
And then some gonna get hit with state charges, and then some gonna get hit with civil lawsuits. And by the way, he had E. Jean got her money today.
Oh, she got paid the $5 million because the 80 something is still being
She
fought.
got the 5, as Martin would say. I'm not paying the 5. She got the 5, and she got the 83 on the way.
Well, the 83 is still in court. He's still trying. The crazy thing is he's trying to use that immunity defense to say the shit I said about her for the $80-something million defamation case. I was president when I said it at the time. Therefore, I should get immunity from saying all kinds of crazy shit about this bitch. That's crazy.
But they're gonna try anything, and I want them to get every nickel and dime they can. And Todd Blanche and all of those guys and the other one that's on the appellate court, they're gonna get his ass too because they all lied and they all.
Is the 80 million because the 5 million to appeal, you had to put it in an account. And that way, Trump had no access to the account. Is the 80 million sitting in an account somewhere too?
Yep.
Trump may go after the fucking bank. You get this bitch this money, and you gonna have FDIC gonna be coming in tomorrow. You get this bitch this money. I'm surprised they let her give. He let her give the $5 million to her. I'm really surprised she got it.
And that's why it was in that 83. Remember, he had to get the bond from that one company.
Well, he could stop it. He couldn't stop the bank. What he could do is threaten the bank. Okay, look, we got an appeal going on. The judge has told you to release this money till you do that. The FDIC gonna be in here fucking with your bank. That's what I'm saying. I'm surprised he didn't threaten the bank.
And again, he can threaten the bank. That's just another lawsuit.
Does he care?
Well, here's why the bank cares. Because
the bank cares.
If the bank doesn't do it, then the judge is gonna say, then they're gonna be in trouble. Hey, sorry, dude. You can yell.
No, but I agree with you, Mike. But we just mentioned the lawyers and shit. People are throwing away their careers and shit for him all the time. I mean, Lindsey Graham, part of the Three Amigos with John McCain and Lieberman. Lieberman and McCain went out with respectable reputations. Lindsey Graham, not so much, and it's solely because of that connection to Trump. I mean, he really hurt his legacy by doing that.
And it is what it is. It is. Listen, I'd say this about anybody that's still. If you hit your wagon to that and it runs off a cliff, you're supposed to be off the fucking cliff. I don't know what else you want from people. People are talking about, people want to memorialize him in a way that he didn't live. At your eulogy, Tim, nobody should stand up and talk about you in a way that you didn't represent.
But we do that in our own community. My son was motherfucker went out and sprayed up the whole block. My son was a deacon in the church. He was just turning his life around. This motherfucker got 6 bodies, and the mom is up the time, but he about to become a deacon. We do that all the time.
And she's full of shit too. Yeah. And she's full of shit too. Sit your ass down. He wasn't shit since he was 17. Don't try to make him seem like an angel now. Yeah. He lived the life he led, and just be quiet. Just sit up there, throw some flowers out, throw some dirt on his ass and move. But don't sit up here and try to. I'm like this in real life. Like I'm at family funerals. Don't get up there and say my uncle was all of that. He wasn't.
Yeah.
But if he was, say it. That's what a eulogy's for.
But
Lindsey Graham wasn't shit.
Well,
and listen, if any Trump supporter got a problem with that, remember this. When Rob Mueller died, Donald Trump said,
I'm glad he's dead.
So make sure you keep your shit balanced before you start checking on people, because that's exactly.
I disagree with you partially, though. I believe in years past, Lindsey Graham was a respectable senator. When he was working, as I mentioned, with John McCain and Senator Lieberman, he didn't. The last 10 years or so under the stuff Trump, just in regards to just trying to follow Trump and get power, he changed it to a different politician. In fact, several of them have done that. But in years past, he was a regular conservative.
People don't know he wasn't. He had that shit suppressed. Tim, listen, you don't change this way if it wasn't in you. You don't wake up one day and become this demon if it wasn't in you already. He was suppressed because he wasn't as comfortable saying that shit. Because everything we said about Trump, he said. Everything we said about Trump, he said. Yeah. But now look at him. It was already in him. He's going to fall in which way favors him. And he doesn't care if it's at the detriment of people. If he was still here, he's been the one in Trump's ear talking about obliterate Iran and to continue to support Ukraine. He's been in Trump's ear.
I disagree with you on Lindsey Graham for the simple fact I believe power corrupts people. I think if you offer enough power, enough money, you can corrupt what otherwise might be a decent person. I think Lindsey Graham at one point was a decent politician, because I think John McCain was a decent politician, and that was his mentor. Because even Meghan McCain, John McCain's daughter, she even said that. She's like, when Lindsey Graham started defending Trump after January 6th, she's like, I don't even know who this man is. I viewed him like an uncle coming up. Him and my father and Lieberman, they hung together. Like, I don't even know who he is anymore. So she even saw a change in him, and that was somebody that she had a close relationship with.
Sure, but it goes back to what I said earlier. If John McCain was his governor in life, if John McCain was the person that kept him straight and narrow, just like as you raising your children, or if you pass, your children might do shit they wouldn't do if you were here.
Right.
That shit happened again, but they didn't change overnight.
I think we're kind of go semantics. To me, it don't matter what's in you. It don't matter what's in you. If you don't act on it, I'm not. Look, you could be thinking all kinds of horrible shit. If you don't act on it, I'm not going to attribute that to you.
Correct. I don't disagree with that. And then he did. Yeah. And Kaner had one for me too. Last thing before you go, the SAVED Act is horrible. It's not just about voter ID. I don't know if you've read it.
I haven't read it all, but I read enough.
It's so you know that if it were just about voter ID, we wouldn't be having this conversation. Right. But I find it interesting that all the other shit is dangerous.
Yeah. I wish I'd asked you this in the beginning, because I wish I had time for you to orate it, because you've done this before, and there's a lot of really good points in there. But I'm gonna have to, unfortunately, for time, we got to move it on. But I want to.
I see you rocking your gold.
Little something. Yeah.
I don't wear gold. I wear this.
The Iranians gave it to me if I run the program the right way. So a little something from the Iranians. I gotta go. Appreciate it.
All right.
Tap the screen. Get the likes on up to the 30. Wow, we low. A lot of lazy stuff. We should have been at least at 40. Come on now. People out there had mustache TikTok cap goals as well, but certainly tap the screen, get the likes on up. And we'll hold off on that. We'll go to the next comment. Oh, they brought you too handsome, says Jake. Yeah, you got a little something I got from the Ayatollah, just a memento. John McCain went out with respect, and he did the right thing, and so I'm happy for him. Yeah, I think if Lindsey Graham, if his career had ended right before that, because remember, after January 6th, Lindsey Graham was like, I'm out. Lindsey Graham had a lot of critical things to say about Trump after the January 6th insurrection or protest or whatever the hell you want to call it. So, yeah, absolutely. The last 10 years or so of Lindsey Graham's life, or even less than 10 years, because Trump 1.0 was not that bad. Yeah, some Democrats didn't like Trump his first term. Obviously, some African Americans and minorities didn't like Trump's first term. But just judging it from an outsider looking in, I don't think Trump's first term was that bad. It's his second term where you got loyalists and you started having these extreme, I like his policies. His policies are kicking people out, destroying families, not helping foreign countries, starting wars. His second, Trump 2.0, his policies are like cruel, in my opinion. His policies are nothing short of cruel. So when folks say, well, I like his policies, I'm kind of wondering, you like sending immigrants to Africa that have never been there before? So to me, his second term is significantly different than his first term. Before we help other countries, don't you think we should fix our own? I think if handsome conservative, I agree with that 100%. Trump ran on America first. If the goal was genuinely to fix the problems in America before helping other countries, you'd have me on your side. But we're not doing that. We're not doing that. What is Trump doing that indicates he's trying to fix America? I mean, to me, I see him beautifying his living quarters in D.C. I don't hear anything about helping people get health care or, obviously the price of groceries and gas is not coming down. What is he doing? The economy is not getting better, and he's almost halfway through his term. If he loses in the midterms, then he's going to be a significantly weaker president than he is now. So his best years are these first two when he's in control of everything. I don't see where he's came across that. America hasn't gotten better under Trump. I mean, compare the average state of the average U.S. citizen financially to what they're dealing with right now. Even let's compare them to the end of Biden's term. Since we want to suggest that Biden, Sleepy Joe, was one of the worst presidents we've had. He's there in many ways, he's not even beating Biden. Certainly economically, the price of fuel, he's barely beating Biden. And MAGA suggests that Biden was the worst we've ever had. So I don't see how he's taking care of America first. Handsome, you says, well, if America is as bad off as you say, then we would not be able to help other countries. Trump says America is, what did he say, the Gilded Age? Trump is making America sound like it's doing awesome right now. As he said after being questioned how he could make $2.2 billion in a single year, his response is everybody's profiting. I'm just going to tell you, in my opinion, based on what Trump's saying, he comes across as somebody who's out of touch with what the average American is going through. He looks at his own financial success, I suppose, and expects everybody else to be doing something equivalent. But the man promised to cut rents in half, to cut your I got some pretty strong quotes from President Trump that has not been lived up to. He said in the first year he would cut energy prices in half. How much your light bill, your gas bill at home. He said he would bring down rents. He said he would lower grocery prices on day one. He said he would bring down the price of gas. He ain't doing none of that stuff. So when you say he fixing America first, I'm going to ask you, what has he done to indicate that he's even trying to do that? Taking over Cuba, taking over Greenland, bombing Nigeria and Syria and Iraq. That ain't fixing America. I don't see any of that in there. And I want you to hear something. I didn't play this earlier, but tap the screen, get us up to 40,000. We'll take the next caller shortly. I want you to hear this clip because I think this is Chris Cuomo, formerly of CNN. So take it with a grain of salt. I know some of my audience does not have any love for Chris Cuomo. He's the brother of former New York Governor Andrew Cuomo. But I want you to hear the point he makes.
Breaking news, Mike Johnson, who rules by the good book, must have skipped a few pages. He says the Pentagon needs $350 gazillion because they need to fight communism on our shores. You bullshit propagandist. Mike Johnson, you bullshit faux Christian. Man, you are not ruling by the good book. You just lied your ass off. This Pentagon gets more money than ever. You wasted it on a foreign war that was never strategically or tactically going to get us where we need to be. And now you're saying they need $350 billion, whatever it is, to fight communism on our shores. Really? I mean, when do the boogeymen stop? When do they start respecting that you're not an idiot? Why don't you just say to kill Democrats? We want to use the military to kill Democrats. Just say it.
Now, I don't want to go down the road of saying he wants to use the military to kill Democrats, but make no mistake about it, that is who the Republicans view the communists being. They don't when they're saying America's going to be taken over by communists, they're not talking about Russians or Chinese. They are talking about Democrats. So he's taking it to a higher level by saying he's going to use the money to kill Democrats. I hope that's wrong. But the fact is, the Republicans are making it sound like the country is being overrun by communists. And those communists they're talking about are American citizens that lean left. They are saying, why would the military need $350 million or whatever it is to combat communism on America's shores? There's nobody talking about coming in this country. So how do you explain that? Other than he is talking about using that money to somehow, some way squelch other Americans. There's no communist country is talking about invading America or any of that. And I'll go with what Handsome Conservative was talking about, making America great first. I don't see how any of this is doing that. So I do have a problem with that. Tap the screen. Are we at 40,000? We'll take the next caller in the comments I think he's wrong about that. I remember hearing stories about the French singing. Oh, okay, I'm behind in that strap. We'll go to Instagram. Dencal, welcome to the program. Dencal, let me know if you can hear me. Dencal, good evening.
Good evening.
Yeah. So Trump is going to address the nation on Thursday. I believe most folks believe it's going to be an effort to promote the Save America Act. How do you feel about this legislation that he's promoting? You think it's necessary to keep our elections free and fair and secure?
I don't believe he's going there to support that act. I believe he's going there to say that he found some proof that the elections in Georgia was illegitimate and that both Ossoff and the other senator are both illegitimate. That's setting up the midterms so he can do some of this, whatever he's going to do. This is the setup for that. This is getting started, saying he found something without revealing any proof.
Why is that? I gotta ask that, because Trump is known for saying things happened and saying people done things that are wrong or committed crimes without providing proof. And MAGA generally believes. Why is it so easy for Trump to say something happened and people just believe it with no proof or evidence?
Well, I mean, he said it before. He said it multiple times. If you keep saying the same shit over and over again, people will believe you. And what he does is not mystery anymore. We've seen him do the same thing. We've seen him do it with the war in Iran. We see him time and time say we won. The straits is open.
But do you think MAGA at this point still believes do you think they believe we're winning the Iranian war?
Yes. By the way he's framed it, yes. If you think about war as just the battle and not the strategic part, then yes, you think, well, yeah, they can't do nothing to us. We control the skies, so we won that aspect of the war. But a war is a lot of it is mental too, to get people to surrender. Remember in the beginning, what did he say? We want unconditional surrender from Iran.
Yep. That obviously is coming.
When you get somebody to sit at the table and sign a piece of paper saying you submit, that's when you win a war. We could say, did we win Vietnam? We killed millions. Did we win the war? No.
Yeah. And I see in the comments, Stevie D is saying Trump is shoving American pride down the left's throats. And y'all mad. So he's saying that we're upset because Trump is shoving American pride. What is that, by the way? Is that the rainbow flag pride type of shit? Is Trump trying to make us suck dick? What is he indicating? American pride.
Stevie D, me and him used to communicate, outside of the show, just exchanging ideas about conservatism and stuff. And he was inching towards getting out of the MAGA code. It seems like he's flipped fully back in now because he's just saying shit that don't make no sense.
Stevie D, you thought about getting out of the MAGA code? Says didn't count. Wow, I didn't know that. Stevie.
Yeah, he was almost there. But then when he said something, and I told him he doesn't never really give a shit about those people in Iran, he got mad at me.
What do you mean? Who didn't give a shit about the people in Iran?
Him. This was when the war was first starting. And remember, Trump came in saying he wanted to look out for the people in Iran.
Yeah, I remember that.
And when I was saying, I was giving my arguments to the stuff, he told me something. Oh, so you don't think we should be helping the people of Iran? And I said, Stevie D, I know you don't give two shits about the people in Iran. This has nothing to do with the people of Iran. And then he got mad, saying I was calling him a racist. Something. He misunderstood it. Or maybe he did understand it.
Yeah, and I agree. I said the same thing about the Venezuelan drug boats and the same thing with the Iranian protesters that you're talking about. Trump is using excuses to do this stuff that have nothing to do with what he wants to do. Just like Greenland was about preventing weapons from coming over the polar ice caps and striking us, when in reality, everybody knows it's about the minerals and resources in Greenland. Same thing about the Venezuelan drug boats. No, what you're going after is the resources and oil in Venezuela. You're using the fentanyl. Because notice how once we took control of Venezuela, you ain't heard nothing about fentanyl anymore. You think the whole fentanyl trade disappeared from bombing 10 boats? So
you might have not seen it, but I sent you a post about that. It's about JD Vance telling Fox News exactly what we got out of Venezuela.
No, I haven't. What do we get?
He didn't say nothing about we prevent. Remember, they were saying we saving 250,000 lives.
Yeah. The fentanyl thing was a ruse. It was pretty obvious. The fentanyl thing was a lie. Nothing to do with that.
He said we now have control of their vital natural resources.
Yep.
That if we need them, we have access to better quality fuels. It had nothing to do with nothing except for we just motherfucking went over there and took their fucking resources.
Yeah, and that's what was going to happen in Venezuela. I'm not for certain what we're doing in Cuba ain't something similar. I mean, that's what he's doing. We're robbing countries and making up excuses for why. To me, this is why a lot of my MAGA don't like me bringing up Hitler's name, but that's what he was doing. He's making up excuses to go into other people's countries, just lying about the reason he was doing it.
Yeah. So now that we have those resources, and they just had this big ass earthquake and thousands of people died.
Yeah.
We control all of their resources. So they ain't got shit. We barely sending over a damn Boy Scout team to help them out. But we controlling other resources. And our gas is still $3.50, $4.
Well, the problem is, this is what Handsome Conservative was talking about. You know, it would be better if we took care of America first. They're taking control of resources and pocketing it, in my opinion. I think what they're doing is they're taking control of countries' resources and they're splitting it among a few people. It is not being done for the betterment of the United States. It's being done for the betterment of just them.
Right. It would be different if we were having this conversation, but they had some Venezuela to American Peoples Act, and we seen the money come in, and we were somehow able to get tax breaks, or we were somehow able to get child care, or we were somehow able to get something that went towards the American people. But we keep having this conversation with them, and they tell us something. Well, look what he's doing for the people. Can we all agree that the tariffs have failed?
I just asked that question to Handsome Conservative that's on Clapper right now, because he was talking about, you know, isn't it better to take care of Americans first? And I'm like, I don't see what he's doing that Americans are benefiting from. People losing farms and everything.
The 2 wars he said he was going to stop on day one. Has he stopped either one of them?
No, we've created new ones.
Right. So when we talk about those things, they still bringing up what he said he was going to do and applying it to our conversation.
I don't know. It just, to me, I want to have that power where I can say shit and people just believe it. In the comments, I did want to run something by you. Apparently, it disappeared. That was a comment I wanted to read to you, but I don't. Oh, how about this? I got a poll going on right now on YouTube. Some crazy shit, but it is a poll. Almost 100 people have responded. Did Lindsey Graham get got? I'm trying to state it in a way that the censors don't get triggered. Did Senator Lindsey Graham of South Carolina, did he get got? Because they're telling us, you know, it was a heart ailment. His aorta had where the blood goes into the wall of it, and it's the same thing that took the life of John Ritter from Three's Company. So they're saying that that's what took his life. But a lot of folks are saying conspiracies are revolving around it. Do you think he got?
What up, boys?
You think something happened?
Is that me or somebody else?
I'm talking to you. Somebody came in on one of the devices I have.
Okay, yeah. It is, man, that's a tough one because everything kind of lines up. I mean, he literally just came back from Ukraine where he was pushing to reinstate and put more sanctions on Russia. They got this bounty on him.
But I gotta ask, if Russia could get to Lindsey Graham and he's meeting with Zelensky, we know they want Zelensky. Why wouldn't they have gotten him? Did he not eat the chicken? I mean, like, what?
Look, him knocking off Zelensky wouldn't have given him what he needed from America, which is sanctions relief. Lindsey Graham, on the other hand, who's been the champion of this stuff and the one that's been keeping it alive, that's a different story. And I mean, we do know that Russia has the ability to reach out and touch people.
We know that. Yeah, they
say, like all of these things line up. I mean, the man comes back healthy. He's been kicking and screaming. He's been doing his thing, traipsing all around the world, and all of a sudden, boom.
Yeah, they claim he passed away after a short illness. I don't. What do they say after a brief illness? It was really fucking brief. I don't remember him being ill at all. He just came back and died. Sounds like to me. How brief was that illness? Like 20 minutes?
And then McConnell, they say he talking about, he fell down and bumped his head, but then they showed the ambulance that picked him up. They was giving him CPR.
That's another good one. What do you think the state of him is? Do you think that picture of him sitting there in jeans in the hospital? Who the hell go to the hospital sitting up there in blue jeans? Do you believe that's legit? I mean, because he got the newspaper sitting there looking like he's Savannah Guthrie's mom or some shit. Like, why you got today's paper to show that you? I mean, like, do you think that's legit?
Hey, I think that's a weekend at Bernie's type shit. And his wife, what the fuck is up with his wife heading off to China when he gets sick? You know what I'm saying? And then having to make her appearance back in America. And man, none of this shit don't sound.
And you know, and the crazy thing is, and I'm talking to my beloved MAGA on this one. Where my cute people at? The ones that thought Nancy Pelosi was going to get arrested. Trump was going to be the 17th president of the alphabet. You guys don't see no conspiracies in none of this shit? Really?
Hey, they waiting for Thursday because Thursday is going to be their redemption. When Trump get up there and say he found some shit, they going to be like, I told you.
Yeah, right.
No proof.
Right.
No proof. They going to be like, I told you. I've been telling you this for 7 years now that the man got proof, and he was just waiting to the right time to give it to us.
Yeah, well, Trump, where's my? Let me get it out just in case I need it. But Trump was right about everything hat. so if he gets up there and does it, then I got to hold up my Trump was right about everything hat.
Hey man, have you seen the MAGA flip flopping in the last couple of days, man? With him and these damn fees on the streets. When he came out of nowhere and be like, well, we're going to put some fees on the streets. MAGA was...
I mean, they flip-flop after hammering Obama for giving the Iranians $1.7 billion, and somehow they're trying to explain to us how Trump giving them $300 billion was a better deal. They're flip-flopping in any way possible to make Trump look better.
This was literally in 2 days. He said the shit like yesterday, and then today he said, well, I'm not going to do that. And they're like, yeah, he shouldn't do that. But yesterday they was like, you're damn right.
I don't understand that. I'm listen. What I'm talking about, I don't understand is the principle of it. Like, I know what the right stood for. I've been watching Fox since 2001, 2002. I know what the right stands for. I may not lean right, but I know, small government, fiscal responsibility, pro-2A, pro-life. Trump comes along and it's like whatever he does, we stand for that. I don't get it. Like, he's making them go against a lot of stuff that has been their core principles for all of our lives. Like wherever he goes, I'm going with him.
I wonder how they feel about Ro Khanna, like an American congressperson going over there to go see what's going on, in Gaza and Israel, and being detained by some settlers. Could you imagine if that had been a Republican in any other country in the world? They know that this is an American motherfucking congressperson. They don't do shit. Then the damn IDF gets there. They don't do shit either. And they telling them to their face, the American government has not said Nothing.
Yeah, I don't have any explanation for it. I know that I'm seeing a lot of stuff that I know if we had a liberal in there, Trump himself would be screaming to high heavens. I mentioned this before I let you go. I mentioned the idea that Kamala Harris, after Joe Biden's terrible June 27th performance, where he finally steps down in August, they give the job to Kamala Harris, so she's running for president. And the right is saying that not only is she unqualified to be president, they're saying that she did not earn it. Biden just appointed her. The people didn't have no say-so in it whatsoever. So you got this unqualified woman just getting the job without having to earn it, without the people getting a say-so in it. Here comes Trump after the death of Lindsey Graham. This woman is definitely not qualified. Her only qualification is she's related to the deceased. That's it. That's the only qualification Darlene Graham has, is she's related to the dead guy. And the people, once again, had no say-so in that at all. MAGA suddenly quiet on it. They had all that screaming over Kamala Harris, who was not even representing their party. This woman is representing your party. She has no qualifications whatsoever to be a U.S. senator. They're silent. Why is that?
Because Trump said they found out that the people who were making the decision, was it the governor or something? He had to wait for a call from Trump before he designated her, because they know she's going to be a bobblehead for any legislation that Trump wants.
Yeah, and that's about as unqualified as you can be. That's just a yes woman. That's just a yes woman.
And last thing before I go,
sure.
Last thing before I go, I just wanted to tell the people that didn't know that today $10 billion was rescinded for child care, and it was other services for Democratic cities that Trump had blocked. It was $10 billion for state services that were affecting only Democrat states that he had held up.
And the court, so the courts is preventing him from doing that.
The court said he cannot stop the funding from going through. And so
I don't see, this is what I'm saying. I don't see how this stuff, look, I know the guy got immunity, but to specifically only block shit going to Democrat cities, I don't see how that doesn't come across as a crime. Some of the stuff he's done, because I know the immunity is going to come up in Trump's future. Certainly if he loses the midterms, they're going to try to impeach him, and he's going to be trying to use the immunity. But some of the stuff he is doing, like the potential, you heard about Lil Boosie saying he purchased a pardon from him? That's not legal. You don't have the right to sell pardons for cash. So
because Lindsey Graham, not Lindsey Graham, but Giuliani said that a long time ago. It was like $2 million, one for me and one for Trump. That's on recording, bro. This stuff is, look, everybody know that you can buy a pardon. Just look at the pardon list and look at all our people and look at their donations to Trump.
You know what the argument's going to be? Obama or Biden or Bush or somebody was doing it too. So much for draining the swamp. If this motherfucker is selling pardons, how is that not swampy? If he's selling pardons and the only defense is somebody else did it as well, then you might as well say he's in the swamp knee deep.
He's selling pardons to people who have hurt the country too.
Yeah.
Not just pardons to his friends, people that have stolen millions, if not billions of dollars from American taxpayers by tax fraud and all kinds of other Ponzi schemes. And he's not only pardoning them, he's gotten rid of their restitution.
I'm hearing he's the best president we've ever had, Denkel. I got to move it on. I'm hearing I got a guy that says he should be on all four faces of Mount Rushmore. Best president we've ever had. Denkel, thanks for coming through.
All right, take care.
Appreciate it. Tap the screen, folks. Get the likes on up to 55,000. Some of you folks, no love today at all. Help your boy with the hat, mustache, TikTok cap goes. I do see that Kareem the Dream says NBA YoungBoy, Kodak Black bought pardons also. Yeah, if they can get one of those folks, NBA YoungBoy or Lil Wayne is in that too, I think. If they can get one of them to testify before Congress, I don't see how that does not end up being a charge. Pointing to another president that done something corrupt in the past is not a defense. That's like O.J. Simpson said, well, my boy killed his bitch too. That don't mean you can use that as a defense. I know a lot of folks in regards to defending Trump often bring up things that other past politicians have done as well. But that's snitching is not a defense. If you are being caught speeding, you don't get to point to another car going down the highway and say, well, he's speeding too. No, you're the one we dealing with right now. So yeah, if I don't know if what credibility some of these hip hop artists' testimony would have, but as my last caller pointed out, I'm sure that Trump is not only sold pardons to hip hop artists. There's a lot of people out there that could probably be brought forward to prove that they purchased a pardon from Trump. I don't see how that's not a crime. I do not see how anybody can suggest that if he's selling pardons, that's not a crime. Slanging and banging, I don't see your request. Tap the screen, get the like sort of. Two wrongs don't make a right, says Lisa. No, it doesn't. Two wrongs does not make a right, and the second person committing the wrong cannot use the first as a defense for themselves. If you get caught, you get caught. You don't get to point to other people that got away with it and suggest that should somehow affect you or your sentence or your punishment. Tim, somebody asking to come up. Who is that person, handsome conservative? Looking in the comments here real quick. Trying to see how we do that. I see the request there. I mean, I don't see the request there, but we'll bring up another caller here. Tap the screen. Get the likes on up to 60,000. Not a lot of love on this program. Slanging and banging. Good evening. Welcome to the program.
Wow, can you see me?
Perfectly clear in 4K.
I mean, you can hear me, but can you see
I'm
me?
looking at you holding up two fingers, motherfucker. I'm looking at you.
I didn't know I was going to be on cam, bro.
Okay. You can turn off your cam if you don't feel comfortable. But I'm asking the question.
I mean, it is what it is.
Okay, fair enough. Let's get into
how you doing, man?
I'm doing good.
How's America treating you?
How is America treating me?
Yeah, not Trump. How is America treating you? I want to hear it.
They're not really treating me at all. They're ignoring me.
Really?
Yeah, America doesn't do it. I mean, I go out and work every day and earn my way. If I don't, I will fail. America's doing nothing for me.
Is that not the case for everybody?
No.
You don't earn your keep?
No, I think some people are born with a silver spoon in their mouths and things are given to them. I don't think
sure. But that's regardless of your race, right?
Yeah, I didn't say nothing about race.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
I'm sure we'll get to that, though.
So I'm trying to get that out of my head.
So what brought you up?
Because I feel, well, I'm just talking about everybody's giving Trump shit for this whole war, right? With Iran.
Is he meeting his objectives? I mean, is he doing a great job? Is he meeting the objectives of why he said he went over there? Regime change, America is in control of it, saving protesters from being killed, preventing them from getting a nuclear. It will be over in 2 to 4 weeks, he said.
Right. I agree with you. He might not be doing everything he's saying.
Is he doing any of it? Is he doing any of it?
What?
Is he doing any of what he said?
Hold on, say it again. Sorry.
I said, is he doing any of what he said?
Any of what he said. I think he's putting his foot down. I think he's, we're tired of Iran fucking... I'm tired of
putting his foot down. Putting his foot down how? By blowing up kids in school? What do you mean by putting his foot down,
bro?
I'm asking. What is he doing? Indicating?
Yeah.
Iran is not backing down.
That's not his intention. He's not like trying to blow up kids.
Well,
but what? He wants to open up the Strait of Hormuz, but why?
It was already open before he went over there and fucked around.
But why did he fuck around?
Because a lot of folks
wants to make
because he fucked around. A lot of people believe because Netanyahu convinced him of some shit that wasn't taking place.
Well, I'm gonna set this down. I gotta get a little drink in me again. You know I be drinking, so. But listen, what is your big contention with Trump? You just don't like he's fucking around?
No, I mean, well, first of all,
Iran for oil.
well, first of all, he's not meeting. I just made it clear he's not meeting his objectives for why we went to war with Iran. A lot of us believe the war with Iran was unnecessary. That's the first off. If you got Tulsi Gabbard as part of his administration saying under oath they're not developing a nuclear bomb, and then he goes up there and says, well, she don't know what she's talking about. Okay, then who's telling you that she don't know what she's talking about? Where are you? She is the head of intelligence. Why are you telling me the head of intelligence does not know what she's talking about, and she's still working as the head of intelligence? Can you explain that?
I can't.
Right. So that has a lot to do with it.
I'll give you that. And like, you really shouldn't have that much to bitch about. Like, I mean,
we're at war.
Yeah, go ahead.
We're at
throw
war.
Your attention up there. But I'm just saying, like, I just want people to understand. Like, you pay taxes. I pay taxes. Do you want these taxes to go? You know, I don't know. Your party likes to raise the taxes. My party likes to lower.
You're
the
not
taxes.
going to.
True or false?
Because we don't believe you're going to solve America's problems via tax cut. You're not going to solve homelessness with tax cuts. You're not going to solve.
So
you're not going to
solve
solve
it with tax increase.
Yes, because a lot of the social programs. I didn't say but a single time. I'm telling you.
Okay, sorry.
I'm telling you that the programs that are needed to solve this stuff is done via tax money. I would certainly rather our tax money go to helping out homelessness or helping out healthcare than die in a pool, Blue. Wouldn't you?
Yeah, but listen here.
But did I hear the word but?
Money.
Did I hear the word but?
No, listen. Sometimes when you funnel money into shit, that's not what solves it. Because guess what? You go out and you fucking give somebody a fucking $100 bill, a homeless dude $100 bill. What's he doing with that? He's not investing that. He's just getting another bottle. He's just getting another fucking thing to get him high. I got my pup here. Got my little dog here. He's only 2 years old. But anyway, no sympathy for that.
The point is we're not just giving homeless people.
Sometimes my only contention is you can't just throw money at shit and think it's gonna fix itself, because it doesn't.
Okay,
that's not how you do it.
So the answer is do nothing. You want to give a homeless person a tax cut?
No, it's not do. No. It's not do nothing. Have you seen the I've seen like the memes and shit. Maybe they're memes. Maybe it's not even true. I don't know. But like in California, where they have like, you'll see like a park bench, and it's got like that thing in the middle.
Yeah.
Where it's like, oh, it's wheelchair accessible for the park benches, and that's literally not because what a person in a wheelchair doesn't need to sit. Like they only do that to stop the homeless from sleeping on them benches, right?
So what's your point?
What's that?
So what's your point? I know they have what they call, that's what they refer to as aggressive, what do they call it? I mean, it's meant to prevent homeless people. They do it all over the place to prevent homeless people from laying down.
The homeless problem is my point. And maybe people have a problem. Maybe it's a mental thing where like, they don't, you know what I mean? You don't just throw money at a crack addict because they're just going to spend it on crack.
So what do you do then?
Like,
what are you suggesting? So what are you suggesting?
Say it again, sorry.
So what are you suggesting? Throw no money at it at all? What are you suggesting?
No. I mean, you do, but you.
I'm listening.
Right, I don't know how to fix it.
That's the problem.
Right now, what, I gotta pay for you to fucking go get a bottle when you're homeless? Like, I don't know.
Well,
if you can make it make sense to me, I'm willing to change my ideas.
I
I'm
absolutely can make it make sense. First of all, I would start out by saying,
Okay.
look at the countries that do not have homelessness. Look at the countries that have more percentage of their citizens that have health care. Figure out what are they doing that we're not doing. Start with that. There are plenty of real world examples of people with health care, less homelessness. Start there.
I'll give you this. Say you go to the UK. How many protests? How many are pissed with the universal health care? Because it's free, but guess what? The quality is shit and the lines are long.
So what you're saying? So what are you saying? If I have no health care,
it's a better of two evils.
No, it's not.
It's,
No, it's not.
Lesser of two evils.
It's not the lesser of two
In
evils.
America, you have to pay for your health care, but guess what? It's top quality and there's not a long wait. You go to the UK.
What if you don't have the money? What
wait.
if you don't have the money to pay for health care?
Like a lot of people, right?
Yeah. Is it still top quality?
If you don't have it, hold on. But didn't you say? Because I remember you talking back in the day. I've always been a long follower.
Thank you.
Have you not been I don't know, I kind of lost my train of thought.
I believe that. Let me just say it like this. Okay, while you're getting your
free healthcare,
what?
It's the quality lowers and the lines are longer. To me, I would rather
have nothing.
No, I'd rather you work your ass off and pay for your medical shit. If you need medical help, you pay for it. Isn't that what all social programs are in America? Like,
we have that now.
To work your ass off, because America doesn't want you to be.
We have that right. Okay, wait, hold on.
That's
wait a minute, hold on.
And then
he's just rambling
because
on.
the government wants to tax you. The government wants to make money off you. The government wants you to be self-efficient. They don't want you to live off of it. They just want you to, if you're down on your luck, if shit happens, shit does happen, you fucking work, you're self-efficient, and then the government taxes you. And that's what it is. It's not what you can do for your country, it's not what the country can do for you, it's what you can do for your country, right?
I asked you, how can we make our health care better? I asked you, how can we make our health care better? And you basically said, do what we're doing right now. You work for health care and you get it. That's what we have now. It's not working. I mean, it's clearly not working. We have that now.
Because we got lazy asses that just want to live off of the shit? Is that why it's not working?
No, it's not working. So in other words, your response is call the people lazy and do nothing different than we're doing now. Just call them lazy.
Well, what could be different?
I just told you what could be different. Look at the systems that exist, the ones you're trying to criticize, like the UK, where far more people have health care, and figure out what we're not doing. You're talking about lines and waiting in line. If you have no health care, waiting in line is better than that. It's better than somebody who has nothing at all. You're only looking at health care from a standpoint of people that have it. You're ignoring the people that don't. That's why you think their health care is not better, because you're only taking into consideration people in this country that have health care. The ones that do not have it, telling them, well, if you go from not having it to what they got in the UK, you're going to be in a long line. Well, I don't have anything at all now, so I'll stand in line.
Right, but if something serious happens to you, don't you hope that they have the best care for you and like they'll fucking take care of you? Guess what? You see this on me right here? I fainted like it was April 20th. I literally had to go to emergency care, and guess what? I just got fucking billed out the ass. But guess what? I paid it. You know why?
Because you had the money. Because you had the money. Because you had the money.
Because of what? Sorry.
You paid it because you had the money.
Sure, but how did I get the money? Am I some drunk on the side of the road?
No.
Or am I working?
You're assuming
I had the money because that's what America's about.
No, it's not. Do you realize how many people
How'd you go on a cruise?
No, hold
did
on.
you go on a cruise because did somebody pay for it, or did you have the money?
Do you realize how many people go to work every day, 40, 60, 80 hours a week, and they still don't have health care? All of the Uber drivers, the DoorDash, they don't get health care.
But whose fault is that, though? If you don't have health care, why? Because you're not paying for it? When you have the money and you can, and you get these insurance companies to pay for 90% or whatever?
So your argument is clear.
Am I right or wrong?
Yeah, your argument.
Do you have health insurance or do you not?
I have health insurance, but your argument is clear. Basically, so your argument is do nothing.
So
Wait, hold on. I asked you.
You expect America to pay for your
yeah,
bills?
because
I mean,
yes, if I can pay for an Iran war, yeah, you can pay for health care. I think if you can pay for taking over Greenland, you can pay for health care. Yes, you can pay for a ballroom. You can pay if you can pay the.
If Trump could pay for whatever, I would pay to fucking bomb Iran to. Well, okay.
Yeah.
I made this explicit in your chat. I'm not against the Iranian people. I'm against the IRGC.
Yeah.
Okay?
You're not against hip hop. You're just against those thugs. You sound like the opening to a
just like we don't ask for it. We don't control shit just like their government don't control shit. Okay, I get that.
Well, I gotta move it on. I gotta go, but I'll just say I don't believe the status quo is going to solve anything. Your answer is just go to work. That'll solve our healthcare problem. That's what your answer is. Just go to work.
No.
Yeah. That's what you said.
You're conflating the two.
What did I miss?
No, we were talking about healthcare, and then I just threw out the bomb Iran just because I'm tired of the war.
Your answer on people not being insured is go to work. That is your answer in regards to the healthcare problem in America.
My answer is go to work, and it's my answer is what can you do for the country? Not what can the country do for you. I'm tired of people like, oh, I want benefits, I want this, I want that. You shouldn't expect shit for your country. What you should do is provide for your country, and that's what your country wants you to do, and that's why we have all these social programs. We have all these programs to get you back on your feet. It's not meant for you to live off of, which a lot of people think it is.
I got people people in the audience are asking, how old are you?
Old enough.
What the fuck? All right, I'll leave it at that.
I mean, I will.
What's the answer?
They think I'm too young?
Maybe one guy said I'm 70. How old are you?
34.
All right, fair enough. I'll talk to you in the next go round. I gotta go. Thank you. Tap the screen, folks. Get Z likes up. Look, I disagree with the whole notion of just go to work. I just don't agree with that, because what has happened in America is people have just went to work, and the employers have continued doing things so that what you earn from that job has been greatly being reduced. As a Gen Xer, my parents went to work and healthcare was just covered. My dad worked for the phone company in Chicago called Illinois Bell. You went to the doctor, you handed them a medical card, and they treated you. And you left. There's no copay. There's no out-of-pocket costs, no deductibles. And what has steadily continued happening, despite Americans taking my last caller's advice and actually going to work, your contribution to your own health care has continued to climb and climb and climb and climb. To the point where people who are actually going to work every day cannot afford health care. They're actually going to work, putting 40, 60, 80 hours a week in. And when they get sick, they cannot afford the medical bills that they're getting, because the employer has continued changing plans year after year after year. And each time they change, the employer's contribution to their health care is reduced, and the employee's contributions to their health care is increased. So you're not going to solve this by, quote unquote, going to work. I think the issue is, and I'm talking to folks like my last guest, I'm talking to a lot of my MAGA folks, is that the belief is that anybody receiving entitlements is sitting at home all day not working. I don't think they even realize that a large portion of Americans that receive food stamps and welfare actually have jobs. They're actually going to work every day. They ain't getting paid shit. I always use the Dollar Tree example because Dollar Tree is open until late at night in a lot of places. You can go to Dollar Tree at 9 o'clock at night. That's not a burger flipping job. That's not a job for teenagers after school. Yet if you go to Dollar Tree and you go and buy something, some groceries or whatever you're buying out of there, some little trinkets, that person behind the counter, they don't have enough to cover their health care. That person behind the counter, that full-grown adult, because that person is not going to be 15 or 16, that person is almost certainly on some kind of entitlement. And that's a full-time employee. And there's plenty of jobs like that. Plenty of jobs like that where people are actually going to work every day and they're not making enough to basically sustain themselves. And then when you present that to the right, well, then they go, well, then that's their fault. Then you need to go back and just come out and say the obvious. Don't ask me for shit. Just come out and say that. Quit this bullshit about the person is lazy or they're not working. Just come out and say, I don't give a fuck what you're going through. Don't ask me for shit. That would be the honest approach instead of making up all these reasons for why the person is not doing very well and trying to blame it on them. Just come out and say if something happens to you where you can't meet your bills, you can't meet your needs, you can't provide yourself housing, you can't give yourself medical care, don't ask me for shit. That would be the most honest answer many on the right could give. Just don't ask me for shit. That's what pull yourself up by your bootstraps means. If you fall to the ground, you either figure out how to get up or you lay there until you perish. That's what pull yourself up by your bootstraps mean. It's a don't ask me for shit mentality. Just be honest about it. Looking in the comments, I do want to address a couple super chats. Denkel said we got deceased troops and citizens on our street. Stevie D, thank you very much for the donut. Shout out to you, Stevie. So we got unalived troops and citizens on our street. That is true. That is true. He follows up by says homeless people don't get social services. None at all? I didn't know that was the case. Well, you got to have an address, I suppose. I didn't know they don't get any social. Well, I guess if you're homeless, you can, maybe you got a sister or somebody you can use their address so that you can get an EBT card or something like that. Dude drunk talking about politics, says the Nardy Boy. Yeah, he admitted that. He did admit that. Tim needs to look in the mirror every morning to see what an ungrateful piece of shit he is for not respecting the foundation this country has offered him to have a decent life. And he concludes by saying Democrats. I guess like Democrats, I don't know, Democrats or is it hypocrites? I don't know, you combine the two words. But the viewer says, I need to look in the mirror every morning to see what an ungrateful, I guess he's saying I'm an ungrateful piece of shit. And we don't black ban or censor, folks. We do not mind the criticism. But he continues on by saying, piece of shit for not respecting the foundation this country has offered him to have a decent life. First of all, the country ain't offering me shit. People had to die for me to be part of what this country is about. They weren't offering me shit. There are plenty of folks that were willing to kill and lose their own lives to ensure I've never had a piece of the pie this country offers. So I don't mind looking in a mirror as you suggest, but while I'm doing that, since you got a little bit of free time on your hand, why don't you open up a history book and look in that? Because what you're saying is factually untrue. They didn't offer me shit. Every step of the way, people that look like me had to fight and die to get where they are. Hell, it was so bad, even the fucking white people that thought I should be free were targets from people like you. So you need to open up and look in the history book. Like you offer me shit. Anyway, looking in the comments, who she's an idiot for saying. Yeah, I don't know. That was an idiotic thing to suggest that the country is offered. Yeah, offered my ass. Looking in the comments, tap the screen, help your boy with the head mustache, TikTok cap goes. Guess what countries still have black slaves, says Stevie D. I don't know, but what's the relevance? I mean, if we're going to talk about countries that have black slaves, can we also talk about the countries that have universal health care where we're at it? I mean, can we talk about the countries that have common sense gun laws? I mean, do we only have to stop at slaves to make a point? If we're going to point out other countries, there's a lot of countries that are doing things that are right. Can we look at those too? You do want to go international, right? In the comments, Taco Tuesday, the dumpster reverses course on being the guardian angel for the Straits. Trump has gotten himself in a quagmire with Iran that he can't get out of. And the Iranians know it. The Iranians know that Trump has no way out of this shit. So my guess is they're going to at least continue fucking up Trump's agenda until the midterms. Because I hate to say it like this, but the Democrats are a huge ally of the Iranians by proxy. Nobody on earth wants the Democrats to win more than the Iranians do, because even though the Iranians can't necessarily get their hands on Trump, there's a good chance some Democrats could. At the very least, they'll fuck up his legacy and might even get him kicked out of office. Slimmer chance, but possibly even criminal. Possibly. I'm saying there's a slim chance Trump is going to pay anything from a criminal standpoint. But if there is anybody that could incarcerate Trump, the Democrats in this country have a better chance of doing it than the Iranians or anybody overseas. So the Democrats in this country are to some degree an ally of Iran by proxy. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Kind of like that. So Iran wants Trump to go in the midterms looking as shitty as possible. Let the war get out of control, et cetera, et cetera. Because if he loses in the midterms, that is a huge blow to his agenda. If the Democrats win in the midterms, they're going to probably stop this war. They will probably stop it. So the Democrats can save lives in Iran. There's a lot of benefits to the Democrats winning for Iran. So they have a big interest in Trump losing the midterms. They probably would benefit with Trump losing the midterms more than anybody else on earth. So we'll see. In the comments, wait till Thursday when Trump proves 2020 is a fraud. You really believe he's going to prove that, John Musser? I'm going to tell you, if Trump had found proof that 2020 was a fraud, he would have produced it already. Trump can't hold himself. I don't think Trump would wait until Thursday if he had news that was that big. I think he's going to present a little shit that falls under the category of, one is too many type stuff, and suggest we need the whole Safe America Act because of that. But all of the dead people voting, the switching votes from Dominion voting machines and ballot harvesting and ballot box stuff, he ain't going to be able to prove all that stuff. I don't expect that to happen at all. If I'm wrong, I'll be the first to say it. I don't expect it at all, though. Remember, it was the Africans selling local tribesmen to the Europeans and merchants and Arabians and Egyptians and and so you come to Africa and you buy one dude and you go home and you enslave his whole family tree, and you want to say that one dude is just as bad as you? No. You bought this one dude back in the late 1600s, and you tell me that in damn near 1900, when you decide to abolish slavery, you try to tell me what you guys did to his whole tree as bad as the guy back in the late 1600s? No, you're not going to get that one back. You bought one dude and you enslaved his whole family tree, and you're trying to somehow suggest the one dude is just as bad as you. That ain't going to work. In the comments here briefly, help your boy out the head mustache, TikTok cap goes. That ain't going to happen, huh? All right, man, I'm done with sticking around. Hopefully we land on the same live one day. We can land on the same live today. Chad, I think that says. Don't know why it's doing that. Add me. Hang on a second there. I'm trying to see how this thing is working and why it's not letting me bring up guests. We'll try it here this way. Good evening, Chad. If it brings him up, we'll try Chad. We're trying to make the Clapper app work as well. Chad, good evening.
Hey, good evening.
Hey.
Good to see you. Long-time listener, first-time caller.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
I wanted to bring up a few points, but by and large, I have lost them, so I'm going to keep it very brief. I would say that the people who should be working, should be paying for your health care are the bosses. So if somebody like Elon Musk can employ so many people, or pick your other CEO, that is within their power to mitigate the issues involved with a national healthcare system. Yes, it is slow. Yes, it might not be prime, but as a veteran, that is the best healthcare that many, many, many people can get, and especially in a society like a country like ours, that is all that some people can get. I met so many people in the Navy who going to boot camp was the first time that they went to the dentist. That is socialized medicine.
Yeah. Let me tell you why I disagree from one standpoint. I personally, when you take into consideration the average American throughout their working career generally works at maybe a dozen jobs or more. We're past the time when somebody would, drop out of high school, work at a factory and get a gold watch after 30 years. People work at a lot of different jobs. The point I'm making is your health care should not be tethered to your employment, because most Americans have gaps in employment. So if you tether their health care to their employment, that means throughout their life, there are going to be a bunch of times they are not employed. Because when you lose your job or you quit your job or whatever the case may be, maybe the next job you go to has a probationary period before you can get health care. Or if you get fired, you obviously have no health care at all, or quit. And COBRA and all this other stuff, the unemployed person can't afford COBRA. Obviously, they have no job. So I don't believe healthcare should be tethered to your job at all, because you're guaranteeing people are going to have all of these gaps in insurance when you do that.
Okay, I hear you. And I think that there was a misunderstanding, because I'm on the exact same opinion. I think that this should be something that is supplied by the government by way of taxes from the billionaire class, who have made their billions of dollars by subsidies, by tax exclusions like this. I'm on completely the same page. There should be no correlation that if you can work, that is when you are allowed to have health care. I agree with you.
Yeah. I think, something, to be honest with you, I think it should be just like dialing 911. It doesn't matter if you're a billionaire or if you're homeless on the street. If you dial 911, the police come out and they help you. The fire come out and they help you. Even if it means their own life, they come out and do whatever they got to do to help you. They don't charge you anything for 911 services at all. They stay there as long. I don't care if it's a hostage situation. They'll stay there for 10 hours. If you're stuck on a mountain, they'll send a helicopter to get you.
I would argue from the conservative point of view that you do pay for those things. You do pay for them, but that is part of living in a society. That is what our tax dollars go for. And it would be cooler to spend more money on firefighters, on social wellness, on roads, on education than it would be to do bombing Iran. I completely agree with you. I think that we might have gotten off the wrong foot, because I think that we're on the same side of this.
I'm starting to think the same thing. We kind of agreeing with each other. But yeah, your taxes pay for 911. Your taxes can pay for health care. I don't know why we think
our taxes do.
The citizens.
The people who have enough money to pay to get rid of homelessness, to pay to not get rid of homelessness in the sense of handing out dollars to people who are addicted to drugs, but people who can fund services to help people with rehabilitation. And what are you going to do? All right, good job getting off on drugs. Have fun sleeping on the streets. They can also pay for all of the housing that is required to get people reintegrated into society, right? All of these things, these are social services that can very easily be paid for if the 1% are able to cough up out of their gold dungeon enough money that we can take care of Americans. And so this is kind of my big gripe with the whole Make America Great Again, America First campaign. Why are we not doing that? Why are we bombing a school with 130 small girls in it in the first 24 hours of the war, right? We don't have to do that. instead we can spend that tax dollars, instead of giving it to Israelis' self-defense, that's what big quotations.
Well, I think it's
build more schools.
Well, I think it's what
that they want to have.
Yeah,
a work requirement for welfare. I think that's a little insane.
Yeah. Okay. Wait. Hold on a second. I think it's exactly what my last caller said, which is the last caller before you, slanging and banging, was talking about how Trump is putting his foot down with the Iranians. I think when he bombed the school full of girls, I wouldn't be surprised if Trump didn't do it either intentionally or when he found out said, yeah, whatever, fuck him. I think he was trying to show the Iranians who's boss. He certainly didn't apologize. He certainly didn't apologize for it.
Because he's a peacemaker. We've ended this war 41 times. Don't worry about the people who have been killed because of it. Don't worry about the thousands of innocent civilians who have been killed because of it. Just think of it as we're about to have really cheap oil. It'll be really cool.
Wow. There's a lot of Americans that agree with that, though. That who gives a shit what happens to Iran? If you can get us really cheap oil out of it, we're okay with it. There are Americans that feel that way.
I don't know, man. Anyway, I got to put dinner on the table, but it was a fun chat. Slinging and banging. I'm looking forward to talking with you some more.
All right. Appreciate it. Thanks for coming up. In the comments, and go ahead and drop. I'll let you drop that. In the comments, what does that say? He already knows he's got more power than them. Why would he do that? What do you mean by that? Tap the screen. If it's in your heart, help your boy out with the hat, mustache, TikTok, cap goals. We're absolutely nowhere near any of that. Employers here pay a percentage of wage into retirement fund, a small amount that could pay for private health. Your 401 funding could do the same. Yeah, when I was overseas, Paul, I don't know which country you're in, Paul, but when I lived in Australia, they had what's called superannuation. And it's your retirement fund. By law, employers have to take 10% of your salary and put it in a retirement fund. In America, I think when they went from pensions to making saving for retirement and a 401k optional, they doomed that generation upon retirement. And that generation's retirement era is starting to come up. I mean, we went from most employees getting a pension to having to get a 401k and gamble in the stock market. That stuff started happening in the Reagan years, the late 80s, 90s or whatever. Well, when that generation retires, you're going to start seeing, you're starting to see a much different quality of life for that generation versus the pension generation, because you made saving for retirement optional. So you're going to have a whole bunch of people like my other guest, slanging and banging, that's talking about, well, you need to go work. You can't tell a 75-year-old dude, well, you need to go back out and get a job. Ain't nobody going to hire him. So this is why I said several years ago, I've said this, that eventually a Bernie Sanders type, and I didn't know about Mamdani before when I said this, he wasn't even on the scene yet, but I said it when Bernie Sanders was running. I said eventually a Bernie Sanders type person is going to win, because eventually you're going to have so many people suffering. Responding with, well, just go out and get a job is not going to be good enough. There's going to be too many. Once you got a bunch of people that are 60 and older that have nothing saved for retirement, Social Security may or may not be available. You can't tell all these old people, well, just go out and get a job like I do at 30. You're going to have to actually pass a law to do something for them government-wise. You're going to have to do it. And you're going to have a Bernie Sanders-like candidate of that era, which probably is only an election or two away. And that person's going to be promising that. And they're going to be going up against some right-winger that's telling them, well, go out and get a job. Unlike the younger generation that supported Bernie Sanders in 2016, that's an older generation. Older people are far more reliable to vote. And if they're hurting like that, boom, that whoever that candidate is that is offering to have the government do more for them is probably going to win. I don't think we're more than, a handful of elections away from that type of person being victorious. If we keep doing what we're doing right now, where we're letting the capitalists make all the money, the employee, we don't give a shit about how much they bring home, even if they're working every day. We're telling them stuff like, we're not for a minimum wage increase. We're not going to help you guys unionize. We're not going to fight to get you better health care. You're doing nothing for people that are going to work every day. If we keep doing that, eventually they have no other choice. A Mamdani or AOC type is going to win. You cannot just keep telling them the status quo is what we need to do. Go get a job. That is not going to work. You can't keep doing that. That's what happened in New York. Eventually, that person is going to win. Gangsta Grandma.
So, that jar of mayonnaise that we're just talking about healthcare and all how everybody has to work?
Yeah.
Well, let me tell you something, jar of mayonnaise. I bust my ass every damn day. I pay taxes more than Trump does. I'd be damned. I want my taxes to go on to the American people instead of going boobing in other countries and shit. That's what I want my taxes, jar of mayonnaise. You see what I'm saying?
You are making a genuine point that I agree with 100%. Why do you keep calling the man a jar of mayonnaise, though?
Because he's a fucking jar of mayonnaise, man. He's a motherfucker that think, oh, get out your ass to work, you're fucking lazy. Why are you jar of mayonnaise? Half the motherfuckers are lazy. The YT community, because they was built on welfare.
I'm not just...
Go there.
This is one of the times I'm agreeing with you 100%. Can you stop calling the guy a jar of mayonnaise, though?
No, I'm not gonna call him. I call him the burnt mayonnaise, spoiled mayonnaise.
Oh my
I was trying to be nice.
Yeah, you have a way of being nice to people. But I agree with you that, the idea the right continues to believe that everybody that's needing help is sitting on their asses not working.
Do you know who sits on their ass and does nothing? That's right, the billionaires. They collect welfare. Why aren't you guys bitching at them? They collect welfare. We pay for them. So why can't we, the people, get something out of our fucking taxes? See, that's why I can't stand the fucking jar of mayonnaise, how stupid they are. They go against their own damn people.
Well, Mr. Mayonnaise... Well, hold on. Mr. Mayonnaise himself is responding by saying socialism is great till you run out of other people's money. How do you respond to that? Gangsta, did you go in the...
Socialism was made for white tea people. Did they know that? Did they know that? That welfare was made for the white man? Did they know that, though?
Well,
did they?
Well, most of the social programs...
I mean, we didn't get it.
Well, let me just say, you got a bad signal, Gangsta. That's what's happening. You're going in and out.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I think the problem is, and I think Denkel, we may have talked about this earlier, is that these people don't realize what socialism is. Just helping out somebody is not socialism.
No, it's not. Because they're ignorant. That's why he said he likes the uneducated. Look, you feel what I'm saying? That keeps the ignorant. Oh my God, you're helping the poor people. Oh my God, you're helping the working class that goes out every day and busts their ass. Oh my God, you're doing this. Oh, that's socialism. Oh my God. But yet you're giving billions and billions of dollars to the billionaires that he just made over $2 billion on his presidency of fucking alone. And God forbid, the American people wants fucking health care. And the fucking mayonnaise, you guys are fucking lazy. Get off your fucking crack, bitch. And what?
Well, Mr. Mayonnaise himself says, see how gum job grandma wants handouts? Why ain't she asking what she can do for her country?
Oh, let me tell you about handouts, bitch. Let me tell you about handouts. I don't get welfare, bitch, unlike your white people do, okay? They get more welfare than black and brown people do. Bitch, and what? And this. I don't get nothing handed to me, bitch, because I have 3 companies I run with your burnt ass mayonnaise looking twit ass. And let's go there. And I guarantee you, your mama and your grandpappy are on the shit too, bitch, and what? And I know your ugly, no good for nothing, white trail trash ass will never come up against me.
Well, I
My pictures down, bitch, and what?
I'll just say this: in a country where folks
No,
are,
I'm so sick of these motherfuckers thinking that us black folks don't got fucking money. Like, what the fuck?
well, here's what throws me off. In a country where people are calling themselves patriots all the time, why do we treat our fellow man, our fellow citizen, our fellow brother and sister so poorly if they need a little help? That's you're supposed to be a patriot. You're supposed to be for what's in the best interest of the country. If one of your own kind, one of your own brothers or sisters need help, why treat them like shit?
Because you know what, the white man, you know what, the mayonnaise looking people, they always they think that we have to bust our asses, and we should. Everyone be working. But they're entitled. They think they are the privileged ones, that they get everything handed to them. But the other people, you know, we're less than nothing. So we have to go bust our asses. Haven't you noticed that, though? The billionaires? You feel what I'm saying? Come on now, Tim. I am so sick of them doing this shit. So sick. I didn't hear that one motherfucker, that gave us shit. What white people gave us shit?
Yeah, somebody said that the country offered us all of this stuff.
Tell me, because they beat my mom and my dad.
Yeah.
Tell me.
Yeah, the country did not offer people of color anything.
The country didn't give us shit. Only fucking headaches. And we're still dealing with the shit.
Yeah, I think
still getting on life.
Yeah, I think where the disconnect is people do not know what true socialism is. I mean, that's where I think like Obama, when Obama was talking about universal health care, they were saying Obama's a socialist. After 8 years of Obama, America did not come anywhere near a socialist country. Huh?
Tim, they're very ignorant. They're ignorant to the shit. They don't know shit. All they know is the white man's telling them one thing, and they don't want to listen to black and brown people. They never do, Tim. Like, we're trying to help your motherfucking asses. We told the farmers, don't vote for this shit. They're going to kick it. They're going to fuck you in the ass, don't lube again. Guess what? They did it. Everything that black and brown people told them they was going to do, they're doing it. 2025 project, yeah, it's happening. And then they'll be telling people, you know what, the healthcare. Yeah, we got fucked up healthcare system. There's people right now without healthcare that is dying of cancer. They kicked them off because they couldn't go to work because of fighting cancer, for God's sake. And that's that trash that you just spoke to. Well, you know, it's social, and everybody needs to get off their asses and work. Bitch, everybody be working. They should still be taxed. They pay more taxes than your beloved Orange Jesus in office.
Well, I think.
Why can't we have something?
I think the issue is they've been convinced that the Democrats are trying to turn us into a communist nation.
Oh my God, they don't even know what communist is. We're not even that fucking communist. We're not even really social. What? You know what I'm saying? Like, Jesus, I'm so sick of the uneducated. How fucking crazy that the system failed these motherfuckers, for real. How they failed them. They didn't take no schooling or something. Like, they're interbred, for real.
Well, I got a viewer right now. Watchman on the Wall of Zion says that it skipped over. He's saying that you're mad because you're a liberal, got it. But he also pointed out that socialism is the opening act of communism. So they're saying...
Oh, shut the fuck up. You know what the act of anything is? We have fascism in our fucking White House right now. You motherfuckers don't even bitch about that. We have a complete fascist-ass motherfucker that needs to unalive his dumb-ass self. I wish he'd come over here and pew-pew his ass. You feel what I'm saying? You know what I mean? We have, right now, fascism right now. And you guys are worried about socialism? Get the fuck over it, you bird-ass mayonnaise tricks.
Well, they don't believe that Trump is a fascist, though.
Oh, my God. They don't believe nothing. You know what? If Trump told them to go jump off a bridge, they fucking would. That's how bad of a cult they fucking would. I swear to God, they would be sucking on them every chance they got if they could. Because that's the Orange Jesus. Orange Jesus. And then when the motherfucker that just unalived a few days ago, I swear to God, he did say that he was next to God.
Yeah, Lindsey Graham did say that Trump is next guy. Do you think? Now I got a poll going on, almost 200 respondents so far. I asked a question on YouTube: did Lindsey Graham get got? Do you think he died of this aorta separation or whatever in his heart, or do you think somebody got to him? You laughing? That's not nice. He's deceased.
Am I ever nice to the Burt Mayonnaise? Am I ever nice?
But gangster, he's a human being.
Did he give a damn about us black and brown folks?
Maybe.
He sold us out.
I mean,
he sold us out. He sold us out.
How did
if he got got?
How did Lindsey Graham sell out people of color?
Are you serious?
I gotta ask for the crowd. This is what we do.
Be nice to you, Tim.
No, but I have to.
Tim. I was trying to be nice.
No, I'm asking you, how did Lindsey Lohan? How did Lindsey Graham sell out people of color? I gotta ask that.
Because he knew what Trump was. Well, I swear to God, when he was running and shit, and he was talking about how racist the idiot was and stuff, and all of a sudden he switched up on us, right? Said, oh, he's next to God and stuff. He's the best president, and you know what I mean? Like, he totally switched up. I used to have respect for him because he was one of the people with what's his name?
John McCain.
The other one. Yeah, John McCain. But now I had no respect, so I figured, okay, if they got him. They got him at the
Russians. That's kind of mean. That's not nice.
No, it's not.
So you're saying you don't care? You don't care? Wait. You saying?
You know what's mean? Do you know what what's mean is? Is that the ICE is unaliving black and brown folks. It's unaliving legal people. That's what's fucking mean. You know what's mean? Is that some people in this country cannot afford food. Do you know what's mean? Is that the United States is burning. The oxymorons that is rubbing, saying that this is good to be burning. That we're over there fighting for something that we shouldn't be over.
How was the United States burning?
Are you serious?
I'm asking.
You don't think we're burning?
No.
You don't think we're burning?
No, I don't.
For real?
I think we're divisive. I think we're headed in a bad direction, but I don't know if we're there yet.
We're burning down, Tim. We're burning down. Do you know what they're doing over there? The booming. They're doing all the water for millions of people not to drink anymore. That's what they're doing right now over there. They're going to unalive a lot of fucking people. People. You feel what I'm saying? People. They're going to do this shit. For what, Tim? For oil, Tim?
You sure you're not?
For what, Tim?
You sure you're not? You sure you're not just angry? I got Chucho in the comments saying she's mad and she's lying.
Well, we're not burning? Okay. Okay. Like, you know, the Constitution's going down. He's going against everything. On Thursday, he wants us to tell people that two of our congresspeople are not even legit. I mean, he's trying to sow doubt because he's going to fucking lose. Let's be fucking for real. This motherfucker is the worst of the worst that we ever had. He thought he was bad the first time. This is the second time he's fucking bad as hell. And everybody say, oh, we're not burning. Yes, we're burning. We're burning. Because why? Because you motherfuckers didn't want a black woman in fucking office. You guys are so goddamn hateful and fucking racist that you guys didn't want a black woman in fucking office. You want a white piece of shit, a bright mayonnaise trick to burn this fucking down.
Well, I gotta push back for the simple fact of...
Oh, shut up.
When people voted for Trump based on two things that I find to be legitimate reasons to vote for Trump. One,
they voted for hate.
Maybe.
You know this, Tim.
Hold on.
You're a black man. Don't forget that.
Okay.
I know you got some goddamn decency in your black fucking ass. I know. You know they voted for him for fucking hate. Okay. You know what, Tim? Why would you vote for a billionaire to relieve shit?
Okay.
He was all looking for himself, Tim.
Let me tell you why people voted for Trump. Two legitimate reasons.
Okay, Tim.
Two legitimate reasons. Can I get it out?
I want a fucking divorce.
Can I? You gotta turn around and face the headboard and shut the fuck up. Listen, let me say this. 2 reasons for why people voted for Trump. Number one being his first term wasn't bad. So they want after seeing 4 years of Biden, they wanted that first term back. So
oh my fucking God. People just don't remember the first term, do they? People really don't remember. He was on Obama's Pee-weenie. I can't say the other part, but he was riding his Pee-weenie.
Okay, and
we had tariffs.
and
Then we had tariffs. Then we had to bail out the farmers of the first damn time. It wasn't all grand and all. What the hell?
I didn't say it was grand. I didn't say it was grand. I said under Trump's first term, though, it
was bad.
Hear me out.
C-19 and stuff. Hell yeah, it was bad, Tim.
I'm going
Come on, man.
Under Trump's first term, with the exception of how he handled the pandemic, a lot of folks take away the pandemic. They felt his first term was better than how Biden handled the country.
They're fucking uneducated. They're fucking no good for nothing. Fucking racist. And then they had to come and do it and believe him doing it again. Oh, well, we're going to lower groceries. He doesn't even know how to shop.
And then I'll tell you, okay, let me give you the second reason now. Second reason is even better to vote for Trump than the first reason. Second reason being what Trump campaigned on. Trump promised to literally make America one of the greatest countries on earth, if not the greatest. I mean, if you hold on, hang on, let me get it out. Let me get it. You can tear it apart, but let me get it out. If you believe what Trump campaigned on, it makes perfect sense. He was going to get the bad hombres out of this country. He wasn't talking about deporting grandma. He was talking about getting out rapists and murderers. Even immigrants can get behind that.
Why can't we get his ass out then?
He talked about bringing down your rent prices. He was going to cut your energy bills in half in a year or less. He was going to bring down the price of groceries on day one. He was going to bring down the price of there was not going to be any new wars. He was going to end the Ukraine-Russian war in 24 hours. If there's a lot of legitimate reasons to vote for him. He promised some good shit.
And guess what? He hasn't delivered not one single thing.
Right.
Only $2 billion in his fucking pocket. Ain't that about a bitch?
I'm just
mayonnaise looking twitch. Ain't that about a bitch? You sold us out. You threw black and brown people. You threw undocumented immigrants. You threw everybody underneath the bus. For what? For your racist, no good for nothing ass. I wanted it to be white again. Let me break this down to you, mayonnaise looking twits. Americans would never be YT. Never. They was brown before they got here. Understand that, you colonizer ass bitches. That's what I'm saying. That never was white and never will be white.
And I see
it's black and brown bitches all day.
And I see in the comments, Melissa says MAGA is harming our country on every metric. Every metric. Wow. I gotta move it on, gangster. I gotta move it on.
So let me tell you, see, Tim? Let me tell you. I'm so sick. That's why I disrespect it. That's why I call them burnt mayonnaise. That's why I call them crackers. Because I can't stand what they did to this damn country. They divided us. They got us. They don't like us. They never did, Timmy. You know this from being a black man. They never liked black and brown.
But
folks.
you do know that. You do realize that some would say the division started with Barack Obama.
It was because he was a black man and he was trying to do something. And the white man didn't want him to do nothing. They want him to be a lame duck. That's what they wanted him to be.
You sound like Mitch
McConnell.
McConnell.
Goes, Tim.
All right.
Banana.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Tap the screen. Get a lot of lazy thumbs in here. Can we get up to 100,000? By the way, for you folks watching on YouTube, I also need you to smash that like button. If you're new to watching this program, we don't block, ban, or censor. You may have been able to come to that conclusion anyway, based on some of my callers, but we don't block, ban, or censor. We do believe in letting folks speak. It's all about free speech here. Our comments go left of Bernie Sanders to him having dinner with Q. So we don't censor anyone, no matter where you are on the political spectrum. We are MAGA friendly as well. So just because you got an opinion that leans right or left, we believe in free speech. You can be critical of anybody on the program, including yours truly. And we don't run from comments that are critical, no matter who you are criticizing. That's how free speech works. So if you enjoy this type of open dialogue from all sides of the aisle without the censorship, I'm going to ask that you follow the program. If you're watching us currently live on Instagram, TikTok, Substack, or Clapper, and if you're watching us live on YouTube, give your boy a sub. We're here most weekdays, so give you guys a sub if you're watching us live on YouTube. And on YouTube, I need you guys to smash that like button. Whole lot of you folks on YouTube that can show your boy some love. Hey, are you one of those people that don't believe that the first president was black, are you? Huh? What are you asking me? Was George Washington a black president? He said, hey, are you one of those people that don't believe that the first president was black? No, I don't believe George Washington was a black guy. Is that what you're trying to get across? No tax on tips what Kamala Harris was trying to copy from Donald Trump. Kamala Harris put her campaign in debt. Yeah, I'm going to say absolutely. If you're listening to what Trump campaigned on versus what Kamala Harris campaigned on, I can totally understand people voting for Trump. Trump made big promises. Like I said, he promised to cut your energy bill in half by January of this year. So by January of 2026, your energy bill is going to be half of what it was when he took office. He promised to lower gas prices on day one. He was going to cut rents. He was going to end the Ukraine-Russian war in 24 hours. We were not going to get in any new wars. He was tired of forever wars and overseas wars. He was going to focus on America first. Kamala Harris didn't promise anywhere near that much good shit. So yeah, it makes absolute sense to vote for Trump if you listen to what they campaigned on. I totally understand why people voted for Trump. Now, I got to address the elephant in the room. He didn't deliver on most of those promises. So folks who voted for Trump based on what he campaigned on, many of them are disappointed. Because he didn't campaign on, attack. What did he attack? Like 8 countries? He talked Greenland. Now he's talking about Cuba's next. Obviously, we're in Iran. He's bombed Nigeria, talking about Christians were being persecuted. He's bombed Syria. He's bombed Yemen. That's 6 of them I can think of off the top of my head. He didn't campaign on doing all of that. So the campaign promises are absolutely why it made sense to vote for Trump over Kamala Harris to a lot of people. But what he actually delivered is completely different than what he campaigned on. And that is why my program, and I'll go to the next guest shortly, tap the screen, get us on up over the 100,000 hump. We're pretty close. So you guys on TikTok, certainly tap the screen, get us up over 100,000. This is why I get hammered. I've been doing this for 3-4 years. I used to have a much larger MAGA audience, mainly because we were criticizing the Biden economy at the time. Biden was president. We were criticizing the flaws of Biden. Now Biden's gone, Trump's president, and we're criticizing some of the things he is doing wrong. But what I've gotten from a lot of my beloved MAGA guests are, you're hard to watch now. You went too far to the left. Handsome Conservative says it sometimes. You guys have went too far left, particularly me as a host. You're too far to the left. You're hard to watch. I can't watch you no more. I can't stomach you no more. I mentioned this the other day. I haven't moved from where I am on the political spectrum. I'm not far left. I am somewhat left of center. Not very far, though. I can see some of the values of things that the right talk about. Getting a job, complying with police, stuff like that. I believe in 2A, some of that stuff. But the reason my program appears that it has changed and it's become as if I've went too far to the left in the eyes of MAGA, it's not because I've moved on a political spectrum. It's because MAGA has. Where President Trump campaigned it is nowhere near as far as where he is now. And the problem is MAGA views my program differently now is because they're moving all over the spectrum with President Trump. I'm not. I'm standing on what I sound the same way I did when I started 3, 4, 5 years ago. MAGA does not. MAGA does not sound the way they sounded 3, 4, 5 years ago when they were talking about we don't want endless wars. We want to drain the swamp. Trump is doing the opposite, and MAGA's just following with that. So MAGA has changed their stance, their principles on a host of issues. They're just following Trump wherever he goes. So yeah, if you go further to the right, I'm going to seem like I'm far left now. It ain't because I've moved. It's because you have. You down the street now. You're not a couple houses down anymore. You're way down the street now. And the further you go to the right, the more left I'm going to see. But it ain't because I'm moving. It's because you are. That's where MAGA is wherever Trump goes, they're following. I mean, taking over Cuba? He wasn't talking about doing that. All of a sudden, MAGA's like, yeah, maybe we do need to take Cuba. Okay, so you changed with him. That's not a, we're gonna get out of having wars and focus on America first. I ain't talking about focusing on Cuba. Anyway, looking in the comments, this says Mac or Nack something says, what is your stance on ICE killing people? I believe that Trump has created an anti-immigrant environment that has led to ICE kind of behaving as goons. I mean, you're telling them they got immunity while they're doing what they're doing. You're immediately jumping up, calling people like Alex Preddy and Renee Nicole Good domestic terrorists. They're resisting arrest. That's it. Both of them. Certainly Alex Preddy, who's on the ground unarmed. I mean, he's not even in a car that you can blame and try to make up and say that he's trying to run over an agent. He's on the fucking ground with 5 or 6 people on top of him. Domestic terrorists? So I believe that what Trump is doing is promoting that type of mentality. You're turning people into goons. I think they all realize that no matter what they do, Trump kind of got your back. So he's turning people into goons. Looking in the comments, and not to mention then, of course, you probably get a pardon from Trump if you do something stupid. The guy who took the life of Alex Preddy and Renee Nicole Good, the federal government said they were going to investigate those deaths. They prevented the city of Minneapolis from having anything to do with the investigation, so they took it over completely. They have not released any conclusion to either investigation, and the ICE agents apparently are back on the street doing their job. So if the investigation determines that they wrongfully killed somebody, you don't let them work several months after it. To me, the minute you put them back on the street, it's pretty obvious that you're not going to do anything about it. So, yeah, I think what they're doing is essentially turning that. Here's the problem with this. You don't like the liberals talking about defund the police. You don't like the people of color and African-American community making it sound like all cops are bad. But you got these folks out here doing all that stuff while wearing badges. If you're a local cop, a sheriff, a federal agent, hell, a security guard, or anybody else wearing a badge, what ICE is doing is tainting all of you because they're just police. They're police with a special assignment, but they are tainting the way people view all police. They're hurting our image of police in this country. So I don't know, and that's gonna expand beyond Trump. That's going to last for a while. In the comments, the mass deportations has damaged our economy. Do some damn research, people. Damn. They don't care about that. They care about getting them out. They're willing to suffer the economic damage just to say you got those people out. Gangsta Grandma is right on target. The only thing I would say is we don't have to hate people. We don't want to become what we don't like. I like that Ian there. I like the way you phrased that. Help your boy with the hat, mustache, TikTok cap goes, Marty Marr. Thank you. Much love to you. Appreciate that. FIFA brought the world together. Why can't our fucking countrymen find common ground? I agree. Let me go back to the box. And are we over the 100,000 hump? Yes, we are. Going back to the box indeed, we'll go to Top Dog. Good evening, Top Dog. Welcome to the program. You didn't say thank you. I didn't see alter ego, Shanti. I want to say thank you too, Shanti. Thank you for all you've been doing, Shanti. I appreciate the support. Top Dog, good evening. Hey.
What you got going?
Not much.
Topic for the day, Tim.
Well, we're talking about Trump is going to address the nation on Thursday. Apparently, he wants to Save America Act really bad. And it sounds like, I guess he's going to come up with something to justify that. How do you feel about the Save America Act? You aware of it?
And yeah, I'm aware. That's what they're asking for. What they want is they want IDs and birth certificates at the voting booth.
Yeah,
that's one of the main things in there.
Yeah, they want you to.
I mean, I understand the IDs, but all the other stuff, nah. Tim, I'm cool. I mean, I hear in Oklahoma we got to show ID. So okay, ID is fine. I agree with that, but anything more than that, we try to cut back. A lot of people don't have their birth certificate.
Yeah, I don't. I think I still have mine. I think the problem is not only do I agree with you that a lot of people don't have those documents, I believe that it gives them room to disqualify documents. Like the hospital, the hospital that I was born at it no longer exists. So I guess I would get it from the state of Illinois. But then you can start disqualifying documents based on seals. Your document doesn't have a state seal on it, or like when Obama. The birther movement. Obama produced his birth certificate, and Trump was the first person to say this ain't a real birth certificate. So, if he can say that to a president, what makes you think he won't say that to a whole bunch of citizens?
Oh yeah, definitely. People come in with a ripped up birth certificate, folded up birth certificate. Yeah, it's just a way for they trying to, cut back on the votes. It's going to be getting shellacked come November. It's going to be real hard on it.
Yeah. To me,
Trump trying to set it up. Playing with the election. So he know what he's doing.
So you think Trump is trying to cheat?
Well, shit, he always trying to cheat. He's been cheating his whole damn life, Tim. He been getting over and cheating his whole damn life.
In the comments, I got this poll going on. I want to ask you your take on this. Lindsey Graham, South Carolina senator, just passed away earlier this week, or on Saturday. Saturday he passed away. I got a poll that says, did Lindsey Graham get got? Or did he pass away of this heart ailment, this cardiac ailment that, his aorta or whatever? What do you think? Do you think there was something else to that?
No, but if it was, they'll find out, yeah.
Sure?
Yeah, for sure.
If they find out, if they find out, do you think they'll be transparent with the American people about it?
Oh yeah, but Trump would love to go after somebody right now. He would love to go after Ukraine, something like that. Find a reason for him not to support him, or Trump looking for that. Yeah. If you poison one of us, I can see Trump, making an issue with it. Damn sure, cut off funding for damn sure.
So if it turns out that the Russians, because that's who Lindsey Graham was after with sanctions and punishment, was the Russians. If it turns out that Russia took the life of Lindsey Graham, what do you think Trump would do?
Hey, well, that's supposed to be his buddy. So shit, he got to find out who done it, who was behind it, and go after him.
I'm asking you though. Let's say Trump is advised by.
If it was 100%, it was one of Russia's behind Russia. I'll say Putin was behind it. Just say that hypothetically. Man, you got to go get Putin. You got to go get Putin, man. You got to get him.
You think that? Wait. Let me make sure I'm getting clarity. Let me.
If Putin is setting up our United States citizens to be unalive, I think it's worthy we knocking off. He need to be knocked off.
So just to get clarity and for people that are listening, you hold on. So you believe that if it turns out that Putin ordered a state sanctioned hit on Lindsey Graham, you believe President Trump would retaliate against Russia?
Well, I'll take that back, Tim. Let me step a little bit. Any other country besides Russia, I think Trump would do something. Russia, I don't know, because from what we see, he's scared of Putin. So I don't know what he'd do with Putin. Honestly, I'm be honest with you, Tim. Any other country, like I say, a smaller country like Ukraine or something like that, he would definitely go after him. Yeah. For sure.
China? You think he would go after China?
I think No, he wouldn't. He'd probably do a lot of sanctions and shit like that. He'll make it hard for him. To do business with America right now. But Trump, he's a chick. He's what they call him, taco. He's taco. So I ain't got no faith in him right now. Him being dominant on the world stage. So now.
Yeah. Let me ask you something else. Now I'm assuming you know who Lil Boosie is, the hip hop artist.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Big fan. Was a big fan when I was back 20 years ago.
Back when he was with Webby and all of that. Okay, so
yes, sir. Yes, sir.
The point what I want to ask is, he's alleging via lawsuit that he paid 600 bands, $600,000 for a pardon from Trump and didn't get it. So he is suing associates and lobbyists of Trump, saying that he lost 600 G's. Do you believe Trump will be capable of actually selling a pardon?
Yeah, I think Boosie didn't have enough money. I think the pardon's going for $1 million. I don't think he had enough money. That's why he didn't get his pardon. I think Trump is selling pardons for $1 million at least. At least $1 million. You can get a federal pardon if you donate to one of his charities or something that you got to put the money somewhere. I don't know how he's doing it, but yeah, I can see him selling those pardons for $1 million a piece. And I think Boosie was short. He thought he can get over, take 600,000. He'll help me out. You know how I go. Give him a little bit of money, he'll let me slide. Nah.
Well, why not get a man his money back then if he's short? I mean, if I go and try to buy a television and I get up to the counter and I don't have enough money, they don't just take my money and say get lost. I mean,
I would tell him, Tim, the same way all the people that invested in Trump stocks, Trump vodka, Trump steaks. You lost your damn money fucking with Trump. Fucking with Trump. Like some people, some people in the world or in your neighborhood, like, man, don't trust him with nothing. And some people still go fuck with him. Well, that's how Boosie was. He thought he was getting over. He had a little backdoor channel to the president, and he got fucked. That's all. He didn't have enough money. They took his money.
Yeah, it didn't go well. I mean, I feel sorry. On the streets, Boosie would be a Negro you don't F with, but the president ain't shit he can do about it. So you said money gone.
That money gone, yeah. Boosie thought he was getting, same like them Black MAGA motherfuckers. They think they doing something secretive and getting a backdoor channel, and Trump gonna look at.
Wow. I mean, so
because who I am, and I support him. Boosie was playing the line. He was playing the fence, trying to talk highly of Trump and all this shit when he was trying to get the pardon. You know how it goes.
That's crazy.
He didn't get shit. I think he's selling pardon for at least $1 million a piece, Tim, right now.
Hey, drain the swamp, huh? Drain the swamp, huh?
Nah. Trump, this time right here, Tim, Trump is not getting his money right. That's all he's doing. Honestly, Trump is doing what every father in the world wish he can do for his kids. Build a legacy and lead them every goddamn thing, and where his name goes, is going to go on for 3, 4, 5 generations. That's all he's doing. He's worried about his generation, his kids, his grandkids. He ain't worried about shit else.
You think they're going to let him keep all that money, kind of like what they told Christopher Walken in King of New York? You think you're going to let him spend all that money, you fucking hump? You think they're going to let him keep it?
If the Democrats get in office, they're going to do a lot of investigation and go do a lot of, they're going to do a lot of investigation on his kids, on him. It's going to get, I'm not saying they're going to take all this money, but they're going to look at it for damn sure. All those contracts they were getting. If the Democrats get out, they're going to give him hell. They're going to give him hell, Tim.
Do you think Do you think the Democrats should impeach him for a third time?
Well, I'll say this, Tim. If they can't convict him, don't even waste our time.
In the comments, Handsome Conservative says, here's why the Democrats are not going to do anything. Because Trump has the dirt on them too and will release it. So he's saying that the Trump has dirt on the Democrats, and I guess he's keeping that as a whole card, which is not kind of how Trump normally acts, but he's saying that Trump has dirt on the Democrats, and if the Democrats try to impeach him, he has dirt to release on Democrats too.
Nah, hell no. Tim, Trump had anything when he won them politics.
You would know about it.
You would know about it. He ain't hold it. He can't hold his mouth. He can't hold his tongue. He can't hold hot water. He can't hold water, as they say.
Yeah. I tend to agree with that. If Trump had something on the Democrats, you would know already. I don't think there's no way he gonna hold that.
Oh yeah, Tim. That's why I say if the Democrats, if they want to impeach him, okay, you better convict him, because you don't, you're wasting our time. You're wasting his time and everybody else's time. You cannot. If you're going to impeach him, y'all better make damn sure we got enough votes in the Senate to convict his ass.
I got another question before I move it over from you. ICE has taken the life, Immigration Customs officials, they've taken the life of 2 people in less than a week's time, both without body cams, despite receiving millions upon millions of dollars from the big, beautiful bill. I guess my question is, why don't they have body cams? They're not that expensive.
No, they're not expensive, Tim, and they got billions of dollars to get them and install them and get it all set up. The reason why they won't get the damn cams, Tim, is why anybody else won't get cams. They don't want the way they're getting those illegals out of here. It's going to be very aggressive. There's going to be some shit we're going to have to do some shit that we can't afford. So if it ain't no cameras, don't nobody know about it. It's our word against theirs, and we got Trump in our back pocket.
So in other words, you believe that ICE is breaking the law in these arrests?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, they're going to have to. So, but if we got cameras, we're going to have to be accountable for what we're doing. They don't want to be held accountable, Tim. That's made for them not to be held accountable.
What about President Trump, though? Don't you think he won a responsible law enforcement division?
No, he just like that dude, that old alien-looking son of a bitch up there, Miller. He just want him out of here. We don't care how you get him out of here. He don't give a damn how you get him out of kids, wives, grandma. They don't care. So, no, they don't care. Hell no, they just want him out. They want him out of here.
Wow. In the comments, and I see you, handsome conservative, come on over. In the comments, Democrats should try looking at a list of desires written down by the Democrats. Socialists in New York, that's what you voted for. The people in New York are very happy. I'll tell you one thing, the people in New York seem to be happier than the citizens of Mississippi, and that's all capitalism. So I don't know why they keep bringing up, why do they keep going at the Mamdani so hard?
For one, he's a Muslim. That's one. You know, they just trying to find something negative off him anyway. You know, it don't matter what he do. They're gonna find, like you said, when he jumped in the pool with a suit on, they made a big deal about that. Like, come on, who gives a damn about that? You know, so it's just something to give them some issue. You know, they mad because the people do. I ain't gonna say everybody love him up there, but from what I'm seeing, just from the outside looking in, hey, they give him thumbs up with what he's doing up there.
Yeah, that's what I've heard. The average working man in New York seems to be considerably happier with their governor of New York than the average working man of, you know, Miami or some or even some conservative area. I don't know. The conservatives are not bragging about how greatly ran their states and areas are. So I don't see, if you think Mamdani is doing it wrong, tell me some cities where the right is getting it so right. Because I'm only hearing criticism on the left. I'm not hearing a lot of bragging about the right.
Oh yeah, for sure, Tim. And I think, you know, up there with Madonna, whatever his name is, Tim. You know, they say a lot of people they're gonna flee New York. The people are not leaving New York. There's too much money in New York, Tim. Yeah. If somebody do leave, somebody will replace them. So if 10 millionaires leave, guess what? 10 millionaires gonna come back and take their spot. So
that's a good point. I see
they just.
Go ahead.
They're just the right side team. They don't want to see progression. They don't want to see us giving back. But we're giving money all over the fucking world.
It's got to be something to it. And I see in the comments, Sassy said, it's crazy how the people who do the most complaining are the people that don't live in New York.
I mean, that's what's going on right now. Yeah. Exactly. That's what's going on right now. Everybody's talking shit about New York. Never been in New York.
That is
so
true.
They just going off, you know, how they feel. They just don't like that somebody's coming in from, they thought he never had a shot. You know, nobody thought he had a shot. He came in and he won, and they like what they're getting out of him.
So be it.
He's for the poor man. That's what I'll say.
Yeah.
It's not for the elite. He's for the poor man.
Yeah, I've had New Yorkers on the program. They seem to be quite happy with the guy. I got to move it on, Top Dog, but yeah.
Yes, sir.
The people complaining don't live in the area. Top Dog, thank you.
I'll let him.
Appreciate it. Tap the screen, get us on up to 120. Hunnit, Hunnit. Tap the screen, get us up to 120,000. Looking in the comments, we're close. And by the way, if you're watching on YouTube, smash that like button. You guys can make that happen. We got twice as many of you on this particular stream of YouTube that we do like. So smash that like button if you're watching on YouTube. It's all about free speech. What your dear leader did to children ain't funny, even if all 29% of you condone it. I don't think MAGA condones Trump violating children. I think they don't believe he did it. I don't think they condone it. You're right. The people who are complaining don't live in the area. That has a lot to save with immigration. Whenever there's only 4 states that border Mexico. Yeah, I mean most of the people bitching about Chicago don't live there. Most of the people bitching about liberal cities, period, do not live in those liberal cities. That's common. Most of the folks on the right that are bitching about all these liberal cities don't live in those cities. And as I stated earlier, they're not bragging about a bunch of conservative areas. You don't hear the right bragging about how well run and how great conservative areas are. They're just finding things to complain about liberal cities, but they're not taking a lot of credit for their own areas. So yeah, that almost looks like, I don't know. To me, it lacks credibility in judging. Okay, if you want to say the liberals are getting it wrong, let's hear about how great the right is getting it. Then we'd have a case to be made. Looking in the box, we'll go ahead and move it on up to handsome conservative. Did he remove the annoying church bells? What is that? How does MAGA deny it? They find ways of doing that. Conservative, good evening.
Hey, can you hear me?
Loud and clear, sir. What am I getting wrong this evening? What am I getting wrong? Talk to me.
Well, it occurs to me that I've been chewing on this for a little while, and it baffles me that the Democrats, and not to be like too personal, don't see how dirty their side really is in Washington.
Explain. Elaborate.
I'm not saying, don't misunderstand me, I'm not saying that we don't have the same problem on the Republican side. I'm not saying that at all. But I'm saying when you find a man like Donald Trump, the one thing I figured out a long time ago with him is if they try to come after him again, he's made plans for that. He's the kind of guy that will be like, I've been waiting for this for the second time, and try to impeach me, and I'm going to let all the dirt go that I got on you guys. I bet he's been digging shit up on all of them.
You think? Hold on.
All of them are dirty.
Okay, even if he has some dirt or whatever, I'm going to say the same thing I often say about the Epstein list in regards to President Trump. We have dug in so deep into our own camps that even if you release dirt, it ain't going to change any hearts and minds. I mean, the left...
I disagree, and I mean no disrespect, Tim. I really don't, but I strongly disagree. I think if Trump let the shit go that he's got on the Democrats are a lot of Democrats or be like, okay, I'm not going to vote Republican, but I'm sure as hell going to vote these bastards out and cost them their income and their job, because they're dirty as fuck. And as far as the Epstein files go, you were never going to get that. I knew that from the beginning. Wait. So you knew Trump was going to stonewall on the Epstein files? I knew that whether it was a Republican or a Democrat that was president, there are people in both parties that have something to lose if those papers get released. And the truth of the matter is nobody in power was going to release those papers, because one side will be like, okay, we were there, but so were these people. So were the Democrats.
Okay, but wait a minute. So if Trump did not abuse a child, he's just defending Republicans that did?
It could be. I don't know. I'm not saying because I don't know. I'm just saying that I believe that if there were people there from both sides of the aisle. And that's enough damage to cost them their reputation and to cost them their job.
I'm going to say that this is
it's not a one-sided.
Yeah, I know it's not a one-sided thing, but Trump led everybody during the campaign to believe he was going to help us get to the bottom of it. He wasn't just going to get in there and do the same thing everybody else did.
I'm going to say this again. I'm not a MAGA. I'm a conservative. So, and I've told you already, I voted for Trump the first time, not the second or the third.
Okay.
But I'm going to tell you this. Every politician, regardless of whether they say they're a politician or not, every politician on either side is going to tell you what you want to hear so they can get their job. That's what they do. They've been doing it my whole life. This is not new.
So he's just so in other words, after all is said and done, despite all the stuff he said, he's just another lying politician that said whatever he had to say to get in there.
I don't think that you can be 100% honest with the American people and run as a president or run.
Shit, did he even try to be 70% honest?
I think he's been honest on a lot of things. I just don't think that he's letting everything he knows out of the bag. Because, I mean, I can understand he doesn't want his friends to get screwed over. Maybe his friends were there and didn't do what they would be accused of doing. I don't know. I'm just saying dropping a name is, in that instance, is going to cause their job and their reputation.
You're more interested in protecting very wealthy men from being harmed than doing anything. Wait, I'm talking about Trump. Based on what you're saying, he's more focused in protecting very wealthy men from potentially being harmed than these women that were. He ain't done nothing for the women. He ain't even met with the women. He ain't done nothing for them at all. It's all about, let me make sure these rich dudes, none of them get hurt by this at all. You realize how that looks?
What's funny to me, and I'm not trying to be disrespectful, Tim, but what's funny to me is you think that that's not normal. You think that that's not common. What I'm trying to tell you is regardless of whether it was Trump or it was Biden or it was Reagan or it was somebody else, it doesn't matter what
does that got to do with it? Okay.
Going to protect their own.
Okay. Even if wait, hold on. Even if it's what is the normal argument? I don't get that.
What does the news channels always say about Washington? They live in their own bubble. They don't live like the rest of us. So Republican, Democrat, progressive, even AOC is dirty. All of them.
That's not an argument. Wait, answer concern. That's not okay. They all do it. It's not an argument. You're the president. If you're fucking up, well, everybody else does it too, which is what you're saying. No, then you look like a bad guy. We're talking about you right now. You're the president right now, pointing to what everybody else does.
And I think that the president is doing what any other president would do in this situation. I have not seen one president in my lifetime, Republican or Democrat, that did the right thing regardless of the fucking.
Then you hold them accountable too. When they're actively doing it, they get held accountable too.
Right, and that's fine. But at the end of the day, I don't think the Democrats are going to do anything but play lip service because at the end of the day, they got dirt on them too. So
did all this dirt just materialize? Because they just tried to impeach Trump twice. He didn't release any juicy details on him then.
I got to thinking about that too. And here's what I think. I think that the first time Trump was in office, he didn't know how the game was played. He's never been in office before as a president or as a senator or as a congressman. But this time he learned the game. So I think that he's going to hold back some shit just in case they come after him, which is an intelligent fucking thing to do. If you know that the party's going to come after you, then you fucking get as much dirt on them.
Then just be prepared. Then Hansel Concerted, I'll tell you this. He might as well just be prepared to release it because you don't fuck with so many people from media outlets to colleges to law firms to Democrat politicians. People are going to come after this dude. You ain't got dirt on all these motherfuckers. You don't did bad stuff to world leaders and all. You don't have dirt on every single one of these people.
I think he has enough dirt on enough people in power to fucking make sure that he at least runs his last 2 years out. And I really do think that. Now, after he runs his last 2 years out or last couple of years out, I think he's going to try to give himself a pardon, give his closest friends a pardon, so that way when they do come out with something, they're already pardoned for it. I think that's what's going to happen. It's going to be Biden 2.0.
Yeah, I gotta disagree with you as much as one can possibly disagree.
So you're a Democrat. If you agreed with
No,
me,
it ain't got nothing to do with being a Democrat. Even if we had a Democrat in office that was doing what Trump is doing, and people were telling me, well, he gonna be able to survive because he got all kinds of shit on Republicans. I'm like, Trump is fucked with too many people. That you don't have dirt on all these people. I mean, there are so many people jonesing for him, going out there jonesing for his kids and all that. You don't have dirt on all these people.
Here's the problem. You were used to people. Being dirty behind the scenes. Trump is a gangster up front. He's just gonna fucking say what he's gonna say, and he's gonna put the shit. He's gonna hold on to the shit he needs to hold on to protect himself. He may not play the game like the other people, but it's the same game he's playing. He's got some shit on people. He wouldn't be doing what he's doing now if he didn't. I'll put on the MAGA hat.
I actually think that I mean, I'm listening to me, you sound like some of my MAGA viewers who say he's playing chess and everybody else is playing checkers.
Thank you.
You gonna come to a conclusion at the end of the day that them ain't nothing but checker pieces. This dude ain't playing chess. He don't have nothing on all them people. Trump has never shown any. I have not seen anything from Trump to suggest he can hold juicy secrets like you're indicating. He comes across somebody who says everything on his mind whenever he wants to. He don't come across somebody who would even do what you're talking about.
The Democrats in power enrich themselves through the system.
Okay.
Right? Am I right? Okay, let's just be fair.
Yeah.
What is Trump doing? He's enriching himself through the system.
Yeah.
The only difference is that the Democrats can call out Trump for doing it, but they can't call out their own party for doing it.
You ain't heard nobody calling out Nancy Pelosi over and over and over again, Joe Biden, Hunter Biden over and over and over again?
Let me put it this way. I have heard people call them out, but guess what? I have seen them vote them back in as well.
And
So
that is right.
So therefore, if you're going to vote them back in and they're just as dirty as you're saying Trump is, then you got no leg to stand on.
But that's my point. That's my point. If they've seen the dirt, that's my point. They've seen it because that's how the political environment is. The right's doing the same thing. The point I'm making is that whatever Trump has on the Democrats, I don't think it would even be effective because, as you just stated, they're seeing it and voting them right back in. Just like I said about Trump and Epstein. Even if Trump does, well, I like his policies. Yeah, maybe a few kids got hurt, but I like his policies. I don't think any of this stuff is going to matter. So whatever you claiming Trump is holding, I don't think it would. Ain't no way in hell they're going to take a risk in letting Trump rule the land or letting J.D. Vance or Marco Rubio be president because of some shit you got on Democrats. They're not going to let that happen.
If you were the president of the United States and you held the power and had the abilities to see and find out what you could about your opposition, okay, and you had that power to do that, you're going to tell me that a person like Trump wouldn't take advantage of that situation? Trump has got the dirt on the Democrats, so all the Democrats are going to do is hold meetings and play to the press and tell their constituents that they're doing what they said, and nothing's going to come of it.
He got the power. He got the power to prove and show everything you're like what you're rightfully saying. Yet he's been making claims about the 2020 election for 10 years and ain't proved shit. He made claims they were eating cats and dogs. He ain't proved shit. That guy says a lot of stuff that ain't true, dude. I mean, you're right. He has the power to find out if it was. And he's producing nothing.
First of all, if you're eating cats and dogs, you need to be sent out of the country. That's just sick.
But it ain't. It's a lie. It ain't happening.
It was a joke, Tom. It was a joke. I apologize. I know they're not.
Terrible joke. It's a terrible joke that held the whole damn town hostage as a whole bunch of white supremacists started coming to the town making bomb threats. That's a bad joke.
Look, okay, fine, whatever. Look, All I'm saying is I think both sides are dirty. And when it comes to the end of the day, they're going to do as little as possible because people got dirt on each other in Washington. They live in their own bubble. They're going to tell you what you want to hear, do as little as possible, and that's what they do. Trump's just playing the game. He's doing exactly the same thing. He's doing the same thing.
When all the way from
earlier, you were talking about Iran or Iran. I believe it was Iran. I will say this again. I don't think this war is going to be over. And yes, I just called it a war. You win. Okay. I don't think this war is going to be over until we put troops on the ground. We've got troops over there. I've said it from the beginning. I'll say it again. I'm not rooting for it, but I do believe we're going to end up putting troops on the ground. It may be a bloody fucking mess, but I do believe we're going to put troops on the ground.
If we put troops on the ground in Iran, that war is going to last the rest of Trump's term. It will not be over by the time he's done.
I don't know. Maybe we'll get somebody in there that'll take care of the problem once and for all.
We have been constantly underestimating Iran's capabilities since this began. Trump talking about it'll be over within 2 to 4 weeks. It's pretty clear the person at the helm, that being President Trump, the guy you claim that is, playing chess and everybody else is playing checkers. That Iran war, do you think he's managing that well?
First of all, let me answer something for you. Not even I think it was going to be over in 2 or 3 weeks.
So he lied. So he was lying?
I think you're talking about straight talk commerce.
Trump said it would be over in 2 to 4 weeks. He said that.
I never bought that, Tim.
So he was lying. So he was just lying?
Of course, politicians lie, Tim. All politicians lie. This is not new.
Hold on. Here's why this is so problematic. This is the dude who promised to drain the swamp. You are upset because people took him at his word. Well, you should have knew he was just another crooked politician. No, this dude promised to not be like everybody else. And your whole defense now is, well, he's doing what everybody else is doing.
Me and you are not disagreeing on this, Tim. I am saying the same thing. Yes, he ran to be not a politician. Yes, he said these things. But guess what? The first term, like you said, was not a bad term, minus the COVID shit, okay? The first term was not a bad term. But they ran on him like hair on a dog's dick, all right? They were on his ass, the Democratic Party. So when he got back into office, which the Democrats are the reason he's back in power to start with. But when he got back into office, he's playing the revenge game. He's like, fuck it. If I can't beat him, I'm going to outdo him. That's what he's doing. Okay. That's what he's doing.
Well, you and I will obviously, hopefully, be talking still because the midterms are only a few months away. I'm gonna tell you this right now. My favorite time of year, my Christmas, is fucking midterms. Okay, I love it, dude. When I watch all those crooked politicians get on there and lie to our asses and dance around like puppets on a string, man, it makes me laugh. It's fucking funny. Well, here's what I'm saying though, because we'll be talking throughout the midterms, I believe.
Oh, fuck yeah!
And here's where I think you and I can have this gentleman's bet or whatever the case may be. But I'm fairly certain that if Trump loses in the midterms, the Democrats are going to impeach him, and I don't think he has all of this, game change. I don't think hold on. I don't believe he has all this game changing information and shit on the Democrats. I think they're going to go after this guy without any hesitation. I don't believe they're afraid because he got all this stuff you claim that he has on there.
Okay. All right. I'll take that bet. But here's the deal. I want something in return. Okay. If I win, if Trump stays in office for the remainder of his time, okay.
No, I'm not saying he won't.
Huh?
I'm not saying the impeachment will be successful because Democrats, they just may win Congress and not the Senate, just like when Nancy Pelosi impeached him twice. He didn't leave.
If they go after him,
that's going to happen.
And they impeach him, you win. But if they can't get him out of office, I want you to make one of your little famous clips that you do wearing that fucking MAGA hat because you said you were a friend of the MAGA. I want you to wear it and tell us that we were right.
Well, first, I don't think you're understanding what I'm saying. What I'm saying is I feel confident if the Democrats just win the House, he will be impeached. I'm not saying that will lead to him getting kicked out of office, though. You can get impeached like Clinton did and Trump did twice, and they didn't get kicked out of office. That's different.
Of course, they're going to try to impeach him.
Right then.
That's their playbook. They're like, okay, we know we can't win this, but it'll play to our party if we try to impeach him, even though we know it's not going to go anywhere. See, y'all keep falling for the same shit. Oh man, I hope I pissed off Gangster.
No, not Gangster. You got Stick the ruler this time.
Fuck. I mean, all right.
Stick, talk to me.
So I'm listening to this jargon that the House of the Conservatives got going on. No, I'm just saying. I called it jargon. I didn't. You know what I mean? It's really jargon because what I'm hearing is Trump is doing horrible, terrible things, but it's okay because I think that the Democrats are doing it. Make it make sense for me, handsome conservative. Like seriously.
No, here's what I'm saying. I don't think the Democrats are doing it. I know because I've been watching my entire life the Democrats do it and get reelected to do it a second and third time.
So do me a favor. Since you got the proof and you know, can we see it?
Can you see the proof? I'm sure you could look it up and find out. It's just lived experience for me. I've been watching these guys get reelected my whole life. And I know they've been enriching themselves through the system all this time. You know what they pay.
So number one. Earlier you said they just reelect people. We didn't elect Hunter Biden at all. He wasn't in politics at all.
I wasn't talking about
that's well. Regardless of what you were saying, you brought Hunter up.
No, I didn't.
He's not in politics. Yeah, you did. When y'all was talking about pardons, and when y'all was talking about what Joe Biden did and how he's going to have pardons like he did for his son and the people on his way out, yeah, you brought up Hunter. And you also brought up Nancy Pelosi, which again, Tim,
dirty bitch, man. She is filthy.
Okay, so we bring up Nancy Pelosi as far as when she's made some money, right? So she made millions, Trump made billions.
So what? He's better.
So see, that's what I'm saying. So it's so what? They do it too. That's the point. That's why I even painted the galaxy to come up here for you to say exactly what you just said. So what?
Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. Be honest with me, okay? You know, roundabout, I mean, you could look it up. I know you know how to do that. You could look it up. You know what senators get paid, senators and congressmen, correct? Roundabout. They all make about the same. Look how much these bitches are worth and tell me they're not dirty. Look at how much they're worth.
So handsome conservative, we're not saying that they don't play the game the way that Trump is playing the game, but Trump is also playing a bigger, high stakes game. When you have a rapper suing you because he only gave you $600,000, and we all know that your pardons are $1 million, we understand why you didn't get the pardon because you didn't give him $1 million.
Let me ask you,
short.
Handsome conservative, let me ask you that. Do you believe Trump is possibly selling pardons?
Honestly, I don't know. The first time I heard anything about selling pardons, hold on a second. Let me, before you go cackling, let me explain. the first time I heard this, Tim, was today on your show. I have not heard anything about it. So, I mean, and honest, and that's God's honest truth. But all I'm saying is this is what I'm hearing from Stick, okay? I'm hearing the Democrats are dirty, but Trump is dirtier. Well, if that's true, Trump is doing the job better. I mean, he's that's
like saying Jeffrey Dahmer did a better job than O.J. Simpson. Yeah, I guess. I guess.
Either way, you can laugh and giggle till the cows come home. But isn't the point still that both sides are dirty? Isn't the point that they're both dirty?
No.
That's
the point is this. If they are dirty, they should be held accountable. Not just us standing on the side saying, look, both of them are doing it, so let him get away with it.
All right.
Hold them accountable.
I will agree 100% with the both of you, but I want to see both parties shed the shit. I want to see these crooked politicians out of the office, Democrat, Republican, conservative. I want to see that. Let's get them all out, or let's not do it.
Hold on. So I know he's dirty, but until you do something, we ain't gonna do nothing.
Hey,
that's what I'm hearing.
What I'm hearing is you're saying both sides are dirty, right? Republicans are dirty, and you admitted the Democrats are dirty. Vote your guys out. We'll vote our crooked people out. Let's get a new batch of young people in there and see what they can do.
No.
You got a young people socialist.
Listen. We don't believe you anymore. We don't believe that y'all gonna handle y'all dirty. Hold on. Let me finish. We don't believe that y'all gonna handle y'all dirty people anymore. Because we've seen what y'all do. God damn it. We've seen y'all turn a blind eye, look the other way, say just what you said. This is my first time hearing about it. And Lil Wayne and Kodak Black been pardoned. Yep. It's been out that they paid $1 million to Trump. But again, y'all do that. I hear no evil, see no evil shit. And now it's both sides.
Well,
Stick
that
he's enriching himself.
Stick in defense of Hanson conservative. A lot of this shit is media. You know, like you said, he should have heard this stuff. If you believe MSNBC and CNN or left wing outlets and entertainment news, and you only get your news from certain networks, they're not going to tell you the bad stuff Trump do. They're only going to tell you the good stuff.
Can I respond to what he said?
Yeah.
First of all, the reason I haven't heard of it, and I can't speak for anybody else, is I don't have cable. I stopped listening to American news a long fucking time ago because all of it is fucking filth. That's the truth. I get my news from overseas. So honestly, I haven't.
Wait a minute. You're pointing out all the corruption. Hold on. You're pointing out all the corrupt shit that Hunter Biden and Nancy Pelosi. You telling me they talking about that in Europe?
Fuck yeah, they do, dude. I watch Al Jazeera News. I watch BBC Live.
Ain't nobody talking about no Hunter Biden in Europe.
The fuck they aren't.
Why the hell would they care about that?
Okay, so either way, you said you don't believe we're going to get our guys out because you've heard that before. But here's my thing. I don't believe that you're going to vote your guys out because I've seen you vote your guys in, even though they're dirty. So it's the same story. The same thing you're saying to our party, we're saying to you. We don't.
So So how about this one? When we found out that he just was running. I forget where it was at. I don't know if it was Tennessee or Texas. I can't remember. But anyway, he just was accused, not found guilty, not went to court, was accused. They told him, look, check this, man. You need to go sit on the sidelines, let somebody else run or whatever the case may be. Now, mind you, this seat may be important.
You talking about Plattner in Maine?
Yeah. Maine, yeah, okay, there it goes. Plattner in Maine, a Democrat. and it was found, or he was accused, not found guilty, accused. Guess what they did? You gotta go. If you work it out, maybe you will have a comeback, maybe you won't. But at this point, yeah, you look like you was about to be nominated and win and all of this shit. But we can't have that over here. You gotta go. Y'all don't have that shit on the Republican side, the conservative side, or the MAGA side.
But that's kind of making his point. But Stick, that's kind of making Handsome Conservative's point is that.
Actually, I want to say thank you because you just completely made my point.
Yeah, you making his point.
Well, I appreciate you coming up.
How am I making this point?
For the galaxy. But thanks for the talk, man. That was awesome.
No, I actually did not make your point. I made the point that we hold accountability on our side.
But that's his point.
Accountability on your side.
That's
the party is fucking dirty as hell.
His point is that
the same people in.
So okay, with Plattner right now, show me where he's guilty in a court of law. Show me where he's
actually crystal ball in my hand and say, mirror, mirror in the ball, show Stick what I'm talking about. Oh, it didn't work. Ah, fuck.
No, it doesn't
2 minutes, guys. 2 minutes.
It doesn't work. I'm going to tell you why it doesn't work. I'm going to tell you why it doesn't.
Stick can talk. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm gonna tell you why it doesn't work. Number one, just like I said, you came up here pointing out that Trump is corrupt as shit, that he's a fuck up. But at the same time, only reason we're not gonna do anything because you guys won't do anything about your side. That's what you were saying. Then point two, I pointed out how we have people accountable. The point that I was making with Plattner was we're holding his ass accountable even though he hasn't been proven guilty in a court of law. Y'all motherfucking ass won't do shit. Y'all will let a motherfucker y'all will keep nominating people. Matt Gaetz, motherfucking, what's the other dude that y'all had like 3 people that got denied to run the House till you got to goddamn Mike Johnson. Everybody had allegations.
Look at your party and talk to me about dirty. That's all I got to say. Look at your party. Maybe you're right. Maybe you got one person to sit on the sidelines. Good for you. I'm going to bake you some oatmeal cookies, man.
One person.
I'll tell you this. Your party is just as dirty as ours. And if that is the case, then all that remains is that Trump is outplaying your people. He's outdoing your people. Your people are just as dirty. That's why you're
I'm going to say it again. I'm going to say it again.
Never stood a chance of running, or never stood a chance of winning. She was a fucking EEI hire, and she lost. Back the
okay, now I will give you that she lost. But number one, your guy only has 77 million. You suck, Trump. Also, 90 million people didn't vote. More people didn't vote for Trump than people that voted for Trump. So he sucks. And then on top of that, we're in a war. You didn't get a dose check. You didn't get a dose check. You didn't get a tariff check. You didn't get a stimulus. Your gas prices are high.
All right, gentlemen. For time purposes, I gotta move it on. All right, fair enough. Okay, Stick, I gotta move it on. Here's conservative. I'll move it on for time purposes. Real quick.
All I'm saying is when you keep making the same play that doesn't work, you're not going to win. You tried it twice, Hillary and Kamala. It was a failed attempt each time. Learn your lesson. Run somebody that has a chance of winning. My God, this is not hard.
So you're saying Trump continuing to talk about the 2020 election, he needs to do something else?
Well, as far as the 2020 election goes, yeah, I do believe he needs to do something else.
All right.
We'll agree on that. Put on the damn hat.
I gotta go. Appreciate it. In the comments, real quick, and like I said, I vehemently disagree with him. I'm just going to tell you, there's no way in hell I believe Trump has so much dirt on the liberals that they're not going to go after him. I don't believe that. I think there are some liberals that would be willing to sacrifice their careers to go after Trump Fuck it. I would rather, some people are just like, fuck it. Yeah, I did something wrong, but I'm willing to report on him even if it means I got to go down. I think there's some people that are willing to sacrifice their career. I mean, look at how many people on the right that have sacrificed their careers going after Trump. The Marjorie Taylor Greens, the Lorraine Bobarts, who are sacrificing their career as we speak, the Liz Cheneys, the Adam Kinzingers. They're doing it now on the right. And he didn't come up with all kinds of great secrets against them. I don't believe, like I said, I don't believe that Trump has dirt on as many people as he has hurt. Nancy Pelosi or somebody like that, maybe something he has on her, but I don't know what good it would do. She's like 80-some years old. I don't know, what are you going to get Nancy Pelosi in trouble? She's out of politics. But he has went against so many people. He has made so many enemies. There's no way in hell I believe all of them folks are going to stand down because he got something on all of them. One or two people, something like that, we could have a conversation. Not all those people. Mamdani just became, but he got stuff on Mamdani already. What else? What could he possibly have on Mamdani? He's throwing everything at him but the kitchen sink. In fact, there's a whole lot of liberals out there that Trump is throwing everything at them but the kitchen sink. What else could you have? He's been critical of Nancy Pelosi since day one. I can't imagine he got anything on her that he hasn't thrown at her already. He's fired every bullet in the gun. Same like with the Hillary Clinton types. He's done everything that he could to her, which is why I told my last caller in the beginning, Trump don't come across like the kind of guy that would save a whole card to only go after you if you cross a line. He don't come across like that. He comes across as a guy, if you're his enemy, he's going to fire what he got. If you're throwing a rock at him and he happens to own an Uzi, he's going to fire the Uzi at you. He's not going to go rock for rock, what do they always say? He hits back 10 times harder. I don't see him as the guy that would be holding a bunch of secrets. And I'll tell you this also. If you're a Democrat and you do have something on Trump, but you know he has something on you, do you trust that if you don't fire at him, he's not going to fire at you? Do you trust that he going to keep that secret and take it with him to the grave? You trust he ain't going to never say nothing? I wouldn't trust that. You don't know when it may be advantageous for him to use that on you. So you might as well fire at him anyway. You know, let's say you're on the Epstein list or something like that, and you're a Democrat. You trust that he's never going to bring that up? I personally believe that there's not going to be long before Trump is blaming Netanyahu for the war. Most Trump associates end up on the wrong side of Trump. Most people who are close to Trump ultimately end up on the wrong side of him. I just don't see him being somebody who is going to hold secrets and not say anything. That doesn't come across as a Trump we've all come to know and talk about. So if he's doing that, then handsome conservative is right. That would be something I've never seen out of Trump. I've never seen him do that. They all protecting themselves, Tim. Could be. I don't disagree with that. But I don't think all of the people that are after Trump has done anything wrong. You think Trump got dirt on colleges and universities and law firms and TV stations? Trump has made so many enemies. He don't have dirt on all of them people. There are people that will come after Trump that he does not have dirt on. I don't believe he has dirt on all of them. I don't think all of them have done anything dirty. I'm a very intelligent American, and I blame Congress for rubber stamping everything the president wants. That's the problem. I agree it's the problem, but I don't agree that they're rubber stamping it. They just turning a blind eye. Trump isn't leading by having Congress rubber stamp shit. He's leading by Congress taking vacations. Trump, for the most part, Trump's presidency has been executive orders. That's why the pushback is when folks say, Trump isn't perfect, but I like his policies. The pushback is, what policies? It's just EOs. There's no bipartisan policies coming from Trump. It's all executive orders. The next guy can come in there and do exactly what Trump did to Obama and Biden. Just wipe all that shit clean. None of that stuff has been codified via Congress. It's all just executive orders. You can get rid of all that stuff on day one, just like Trump did with Biden's administration. He got rid of a ton of the Biden administration on day one via signatures. Trump is supposedly what do they call him? He's a negotiator. The art of the deal. That ain't how he's governing. He's not going Newt Gingrich and Joe Biden, where they reached across the aisle and helped Bill Clinton manage the budget, or even Lindsey Graham in his earlier time, where he was reaching across the aisle to Democrats. Trump ain't doing that. He ain't reaching across the aisle. He ain't bringing the sides together and saying, like, he's just basically governing by executive order. Art of the deal, my ass. The same thing with the foreign policy of President Trump. He's not negotiating deals with Iran and these other countries and he's pretty much telling them, do what I say or we're going to fuck you up. Whether it's through war, whether it's through tariffs, whether it's through sanctions. Do what I said or I'm going to fuck you up. That's not an art of the deal. That's just bullying people to glory. That's what he's doing on every level. Either you do what I say or you pay the price. Up to and including folks who are actually part of his own team as well. Former Vice President Mike Pence, I present him as an example. When he asked Mike Pence to not certify the election, either do what I say or I'm gonna fuck up your political career. He's not negotiating anything. These people are being bullied into doing what they're doing. And I think it's pretty widely believed, even on the right side of the aisle, even among MAGA. I think everybody agrees that that folks in Washington are afraid of Trump. I think most people would agree with that. The Republicans too. It ain't that his agenda is just so fantabulous. It's people are scared. They don't want to lose their jobs. They don't want to get death threats like Marjorie Taylor Greene or Liz Cheney. So they're just letting him do what he wants to do. You've seen some of these people bitch about ridiculous spending, fiscal responsibility, endless wars. You've heard them say stuff. Suddenly they're quiet on Trump. They had no problem speaking out about this stuff against presidents in the past. Trump comes along and they suddenly quiet. Yeah, because they're scared. And some of them have came out and admitted it. People who clearly was going to be a politician for the rest of their lives, resigning and all kinds of shit. People jumping ship in the military. People are scared. I think that's pretty obvious. It ain't the art of the deal at all. He's frightening people into his will. Evil says, Tim, that was crazy. Handsome Conservative is in Trump's asses. Also that you are buffering on YouTube. We're buffering on YouTube? I didn't know that. He's a bully and MAGA is weak. I don't know how weak MAGA is, but Trump is definitely bullying his way to glory. I don't think there's any denying that. He's not. I mean, think about how much bipartisan shit has he done? Maybe the Lincoln Riley Act. What has he done that's really been bipartisan? It's mostly all been done for one side. And most of it has been done by executive order. It ain't even been at the blessing of the Republicans in Congress. It's just been him. So go figure. So I guess when I ask my wife to make dinner, that's my frightening her. I don't see how asking someone to do something is frightening them. Can you elaborate? If your wife says, I don't want to make you dinner, and you're on top of her beating the shit out of her, yeah, you're frightening her. If she thinks that not making you dinner is going to cause you to beat the shit out of her. Or perhaps you asked your wife to make you dinner and she was going to say she had a headache, but she just found out the last 5 wives that you had before her all got their asses beat for not making you dinner. That's what's happening. Do you have a history of beating the hell out of women that don't make you dinner? Because Trump has a history of beating the hell out of people that don't do what he asks. That's the difference. He has a documented history of people up to and including him asking Mike Pence not to certify the election, and then he beat the hell out of Mike Pence. He has an actual history of doing it. So hopefully that explains your scenario there. In the comments, most Americans just want lower taxes for us and higher for the rich. MAGA is not among that crowd. MAGA does not believe in increasing taxes on the wealthy, though. In the comments, thinking politics is real and not scripted in the big, okay, I don't know what that means. He said thinking politics is real and not scripted in 2026 is crazy work. I don't know where you've been, but politics affects your lives. I mean, Trump is absolutely affecting the lives of people. Trump's immigration policies absolutely has affected people's lives, up to and including loss of life. His policies on USAID has led up to loss of life. His policies on the Iran war has led up to loss of life, and he's joked about it by posting videos of people dying. So I don't know what you're suggesting, that politics is scripted. You know, it's real. It's absolutely as real as you looking at me on screen. It is absolutely real. Yeah, that makes no sense. I don't know what you're trying to say. Politics has always been scripted. What are you talking about? It doesn't matter if it's scripted or not. If it affects you, it affects you. I mean, it kind of reminds me of what one WWF, I think it was F, WWE, it was a WWF back then. What one WWF wrestler said when he was interviewed by a media, when they were saying, what you know, people say this is fake. And he pointed out how many surgeries he's had, how many broken bones he's had. Like, a body slam is a body slam. I don't care if it's scripted or not. If it's scripted that you smack me in the face at 2 minutes and 30 seconds, I'm getting smacked in the face. It doesn't matter if it's scripted or not, it still hurts. So it doesn't matter if politics is scripted or not, it's still affecting people. So you can talk about it being scripted, so what? It's the effect is the same as it would be if it was unscripted. So yeah, I don't know what the reference to that is. I mean, scripted, unscripted. What's the difference? You're still affecting human lives in a genuine way that is often harmful, if not lethal, to some people. Does knowing that it was scripted that you were going to cut them off of food assistance, health care, does it make a difference if it's scripted versus unscripted to that person? I don't see any difference. Fascism, MAGA gave us fascism, death and disease. Damn. Politics is, okay, I've seen that already. Most Americans just want lower taxes. I've seen that too. Okay, go figure. Anyhow, folks, I do appreciate the 130,000. I'll wrap it up at this point. Thank you, folks, for tuning in. As always, if you enjoy this type of dialogue from all sides of the aisle, follow us if you're watching on Instagram, Substack, TikTok, or Clapper. By the way, in the future, you can actually call in on those platforms. You want to be a caller? Doesn't matter what your politics are. We don't block, ban, or censor you because you got opposing politics. It's all about free speech. So if you want to be a caller in the future, because we're on most weekdays, same name across all platforms, A Handsome Liberal. It's the same name on all platforms. Substack, TikTok, Clapper, Instagram. And of course, if you're watching us on YouTube, give us a sub. But unfortunately, YouTube does not allow folks to call in. So otherwise, I would absolutely take some of my YouTubers because that's where a lot of my beloved MAGA are located. We like talking to MAGA as well. Anyhow, give us a like, give us a sub, follow the program. Have a good night. I'll see you mañana. Thank you. I'm out.